It is happening. Alright, they can hear you now. Who here is ready to Secret of Fred Barrett?
Woo! Should we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, go for it.
Hold on. Hi, I'm Corey.
Connie!
I just slept for 24 hours straight.
It was awesome.
I
needed it clearly.
If I sleep for too long, how do you do that?
Not by choice, I'll tell you that. I stayed up all night and then went to Pride. So I conked out, and then I woke up for an hour, and then conked out again, and then woke up for an hour, and then conked out again. So not straight. I said straight as if, like, no, I didn't. I woke up and would go back to sleep.
Y'all just got called autistic process theory in the comments. How do you feel?
Yeah!
That sounds about right.
Also, chat, how's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing? Welcome in. Also, don't worry, I will share my screen to you, Connie, and Corey, and Thermal in a second. We're just yapping for 5 minutes, because to let people in, because we technically started 10 minutes early.
Oh yeah,
it's the legal yap session that needs to happen in every stream.
The chat missed the Phineas and Ferb. Hey, chat, have you seen the new Phineas and Ferb
episodes? There's new ones.
I need to see them still.
They're so good. They came back and everything's exactly the same. It's awesome.
Hudson DCI. What is Hudson DCI?
That sounds really funny.
Oh my god, I cannot wait to find that out.
Zaz, tell us what Hudson DCI is right now.
I want to know. I want to know so bad.
I want to know too.
The DCI happened in Hudson. Oh, hey, if you're asking who we think the one you should not have killed is, we have a whole 2-hour video on it.
Yeah,
and unless you want us to sit here for 2 hours, then, you know, maybe we should do that instead of...
I don't need to go into it. I think everyone knows. I think they're all aware by this point.
I still think it's at the very least Golden Freddy.
Eh.
That's fair. I mean, you all did 14 theory, so...
I'm not convinced.
I'm very much convinced.
Nothing has yet to convince me.
You haven't seen 14 Theory?
I think I have, actually. Actually, no, I believe I have.
It's like Lefty DCI, but you know, wait, so Hudson DCI is like Lefty DCI. So you're telling me that the DCI is possessing Hudson?
Oh man, I should have brought my Lefty plush promotional.
Are you trying to say that Springtrap gave a swirly to the DCI? DCI swirly theory?
DCI swirly theory.
This is groundbreaking.
You know what? Should we like hold a competition for like craziest theory of the day every time we do one of these streams from now on?
Maybe.
We will win every time.
Well, see, our theories sound crazy just because it's like what no one has ever thought of before. Meanwhile, like, we do have evidence to back it up, it just sounds batshit.
Corey, we're just talking about mini arena egg theory.
Oh god, I got brought
Okay, that one doesn't have evidence to back it up, but that's because it's a bit.
It's awesome.
The DCI brought Hudson back to life, and that's how he's the FNAF 3 guard. So, okay, so basically Hudson dies night 2, and the DCI comes out of nowhere, possesses him, and brings him back to life so that he can continue night 3, 4, 5, and 6.
You're in denial.
Hey, I think I know who won the craziest theory of the night. That's next to Cassidy possesses baby to kill Elizabeth out of jealousy or whatever, which is crazy. Which is crazy to me because you know one of them doesn't exist, and the other, and I think Afton just built killing robots.
I've seen way too many things in my life.
Yeah.
And Hudson DCI is copium incarnate.
Yeah. There's quite a few things that I think are copium, but I don't know how to tell someone nicely that they're huffing copium.
Well, apparently we can now tell Hudson DCI.
Yeah, I can tell that. Like at that point, that's so ridiculous that like I don't even.
We're not doing the voice lines first. I just have it on that right now as I wait to start it. But yeah, there you go. Let me get this over. Okay, we're gonna switch over to
voice lines with subtitles.
Okay, So let's go over what we're doing for today first, though, so that chat knows what we're doing. Oh yeah, Phil couldn't be here, sadly. He got sick. So Phil, you're being erased from history and being replaced with terminal error.
You've been replaced.
You've been replaced, Phil, if you're here. Oh wait, I'm covering up poor, hold on, terminal. Let me just slide you on over very slowly.
And now I'm getting replaced.
You're getting replaced by Narrow Raven. Okay.
God. I hate how I misread things. I hate it.
Oh god.
What do you say?
Someone in chat said Mr. Hippo makes me want to die, and my brain didn't read it like that.
Oh, we are gonna have to listen to Mr. Hippo, aren't we?
Yeah!
Why are you happy about that?
Let's say, because you're gonna have to listen to us info dump, we could skip it just because you basically have two Mr. Hippos in here with you.
You can also speed up Mr. Hippo if we need.
Yeah, that I will do. That's definitely going to 1.5 speed no matter what.
Only 1.5?
Fine,
Bro,
two times.
do 7. I want to see how fast he can get before we can stop understanding him.
When will we have to play Alvin and the Chipmunks in Five Nights at Freddy's?
What? Oh, okay. It's because of this. The voice changed. I was like,
we're a third of the way there
hell?
because we have Chipper.
Also,
we just need 2 more.
As always, chat, I hid the link at the top of my screen from you so you can't join it this time.
Haha.
So, haha. Okay, let's get into what we're doing. So we're doing all the teasers. We're going to look at the roster teasers as well. All the voice lines, the offices, Death Coin characters, Toy Chica High School Years, Bear Vengeance, Golden Freddy Void Scene, the different challenges to see if there's anything weird with those, all Easter eggs and items, and then the map. So that's what we're going over. If I missed anything, we'll get there eventually. Can we get Gibby during the Mr. Hippo voice lines? Why do we want Gibby specifically for Mr. Hippo?
Gibby for Mr. Hippo 2025.
Gibby for Mr. Hippo 2025.
Well, here. What you do is just pull up a video, probably like a Fazbear Frights one, and then just like over his video, pull up the GIF of Mr. Hippo thinking, and there you go. Like, you're good. That's how you get that.
It was
win.
Awesome.
Well, pull up the time he was talking about
this stream, CrossCorp.
Oh, Return to the Pit. Oh my god.
Dude, we are not covering that today. This is UCN today.
Connie, you might need to be in that one. Okay, yeah,
Pit.
Connie has a creative writing major, and sometimes you can really tell.
The thing that sucks
Dude,
about those, like, I can't show the
stories.
book on stream, so like I have to do it off camera, otherwise it's just
Two
gonna be me on
different-
stream.
Two different stories.
I'll read
That
it
and
on
Monster. To that and Monster, I watched Connie read and then read to us, and then just destroy, like, thread by thread. It's like, wow, you really have a major in this. I forgot. Wow, look at all these images.
Yeah, look at all these images. We're just gonna make sure that there's nothing funky about any of these as we go through them.
Mm-hmm.
No mangles. You know.
Oh god, dude, I was so scared, dude. When we did the FNAF World stream, we had to make sure I did brain that image. Alright, still nothing.
I love how this was just gonna be an Ultimate Custom Night. He was like, you know what this needs? This needs lore.
This needs lore.
I mean, I'm like, we're also Sonic fans, so they keep doing that there. They were like, okay, team, we need you to make a Mario Party ripoff. Okay, but it's gonna have lore and like a new deity introduced. Okay, it's just a Mario Party ripoff. Like, no, we're gonna add it.
Yeah, and they will release on the day of my actual birth.
Is there lore in the new Sonic Racing that has
probably
Hatsune Miku?
Probably.
Well, the lore is that Hatsune Miku is.
There wasn't. I don't know if there was like lore in the previous racing game, but there was definitely a story mode. The most we got is that Silver was worried that something bad would happen, and they had a genuine discussion of whether he's developing premonition due to time travel or if he just has anxiety.
And then Sonic made a joke about feeding him a car, and Silver responded as if that was a valid thing to say.
He was like, "I'm full."
I was like, "Yeah, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry, but thanks."
Oh.
And Sonic was like, "What?"
You know, is there anything different about this office from the one that's actually in game? Oh god, this gets so creepy. This little poster over here. Oh my god.
That puppet poster is wild. Like, all of the other posters, I think, in the alleyway scenes are like, yeah, no, that's something that would exist. Like, they even have one for Spook Fest, which is definitely, like, a version of Fall Fest, and all this stuff. And then, like, then there's just a creepy puppet thing. It's like, where did they get that poster? Where did that come from? Maybe it's a reference to the Golden Freddy poster, because it kind of looks similar to that. Puppet's messing with it. I could see that.
Okay, this I always ask
those two are peas in a pod, absolutely.
Do we think Scott was only planning 2 special characters and then added like 3 and then 6 and then...
See, I think what ended up being special characters is who he couldn't, well, because I think some of them are special characters, like, say, Shadow Bonnie, because that would make sense, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I think some of them, he just couldn't figure out who to remove and put back on the actual roster.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of removing, like, the distraction characters like Trash in the Gang, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna put Plush Trap as a special character, and Trash in the Gang will be on the menu.
Fair. Because in this case, what... I mean, I'll just mark down when 2, 3, 6, Fredbear. In that case, then. Pretty much. And if it did mean anything, someone can figure that out.
5620 mode, that just doesn't sound cool. Yeah, that's why I was saying he should have just made 4 more characters, make them like distraction characters or something, and then just round it out at a 60.
Put the Twisted Wolf in there.
You get a secret 6th night anyway, like, you can make it make sense. Just be like, yeah, 60, because, like, you know, you get a 6th night.
There's gonna be 50, and then the extra row unlocks.
Yeah, and then you get a certain amount of points, and the other row unhinges, and you're like, oh, well...
Also, I'm just gonna be
Charlie Bot is there.
Oh, that would be... Yeah, it's just a bunch of robots and then a really pissed off teenage girl.
Her weapon is a gun. Michael gave her a gun and she is going to use it.
Gun.
This was always bound to happen. We have to look at the roster. I'm not sorry for this.
All right.
Okay, this I always say. Why is Golden Freddy and Puppet switched?
What do you mean?
Well, you'd think Puppet would be with the toys and Golden Freddy would be with the Wizards, but for some reason the Puppet's with the Wizards.
From my perspective, looking at the 2 things I'm thinking about is FNAF 6. If you look at the office, there is like a clear divide between the 2 pictures that has Lefty and Golden Freddy, and then the 1 picture that has the 4 of them. There's like a divide between those. And then in Help Wanted, the 2 secret Voltron figurines are Golden Freddy and Puppet. So those 2 just kind of stick together as separate from the original 4.
This is the other thing I also want to bring up.
Those 2 are definitely connected, but in which exact ways are, you know, hard to quantify.
Because the other thing was they were down here and they were swapped, so the Puppet would have been on the right and they were down here, but then moved up. That's the other thing that confuses me as to why that was done, which makes it feel somewhat intentional.
I could definitely.
Also, yeah, they separated the Wizards like via. My thought is they were animating that locker scene, and Scott was like, "Yo, guys, I have a really good idea. I need to change his roster around a little bit so that it fits with the lockers. That would be really funny."
We need to make a theory out of this.
It's like, yo, just it's like, hey, just slant 14, and then it could be a thing. It'll be really fun.
And then 7 years really later, some random dude.
With the conspiracy board and 14 red pins. He sees there's 14 red pins and freaks out and runs out of the building screaming.
After 14 I went through every FNAF game looking for signs of 7 and 14 nonstop.
I know there's a good amount of 7. There's a lot of 7 stuff.
There's a decent amount of 14.
7 theory, yeah.
But yeah, I don't think there's really too much. I mean, it's like we could mention that like Marionette is separated from the toys and where they're going Freddy separated from the Wizards, but other than that,
true. But they are together.
They are together.
You know what? I will say this: Golden Freddy is right next to Springtrap.
Yep. Which
get his ass.
Number 15. You know, 15th locker, Toy Chica covering it. 14 theory.
Yup.
Otherwise, I don't think there's really anything else that's weird about this roster, except for I guess technically.
Oh, I was saying, the Wizards are like split. Like Withered Chica and Withered Bonnie are on one side, and then Freddy and Bonnie are on the other, which is odd.
Should we compare this to the original photo that he released, and then that got, because he had like an original roster. Trash and the gang were all gonna be separate.
Let me find where it's like the very last updated to it before that. So it would be this. And yeah, this is where you see the puppet and Golden Freddy were switched in down here.
Together.
Yeah,
Why
still
would
together.
they be so far down, Scott? They're besties.
But he did want them next to each other.
Yeah, they wanted them next to each other. That's a very intentional thing, no matter what. There, I think.
I mean, and again, that it correlates with Help Wanted 2 and FNAF 6, so that makes at least 3, which is a pattern.
It's just why swap
unless there's something else
them
I'm forgetting.
That's the only thing. And also, I remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, he was 11, but then he eventually moved into 15. Yeah, and a bunch of them are kind of weirdly separated. Like Withered Chica is down here away from FNAF 2.
That's so weird.
Bonnie's not. Oh, Withered Bonnie's over by Nightmare.
Yeah, Withered Bonnie's. Yeah.
Scott, what is your organization system? What is this?
God, what is happening?
Scott, are you okay?
I'm
this
a
is cool.
librarian.
Freddy,
Do you
Bonnie,
want me to
Chica,
come
Foxy.
fix it?
Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy. And then this just gets split up because no.
Yeah, and that row is just an
Bonnie.
absolute mess.
Yeah, this row and this row are absolute messes.
Yeah, like Scott like tripped and fell over, and all the character portraits got, went everywhere.
Otherwise.
Yeah, Scott was walking around and then he tripped on the number 14, and he was like, "Oh yeah!" And they're just flying everywhere.
I mean, it is 1 after 13. Maybe that means something.
Otherwise, yeah, I don't know why. I'm just gonna say Ralph would be down here, because wouldn't he technically be like the beginning with FNAF 1? Shouldn't he be?
Yeah, it is weird that he's the last one. That is odd.
Yeah, that's the only.
They put him like after FNAF 6, because it's not fully in order, but it's kinda in order.
Bone Guy's alive.
I don't think he is.
He
dies. You think UCN happens right after the events of like the It's Me ending, where like they're like, "Oh, we're gonna free your spirit," and they're like, "Oh, never mind. You want to help torture this guy in hell?"
He's like, "Sure." Dave for maintenance?
Yo, is that Dave for maintenance?
They might be in the order that he programmed them. I know that's incorrect, but I'll double check because then there's this very specific character. And
Golden Freddy and Puppet were moved to the ends to way up more.
Yeah, because the funny thing is, Pig Patch was the 14th character programmed into the game, so he should have been in this first screenshot. If that was the case.
Pig Patch.
Because Scott made. I remember when Scott was making like posts on updating people of like who he's programmed in. The 14th one in that lineup was Pig Patch. I remember that very hard.
I wonder why.
Wonder why. So yeah, I don't think there's really too much of a point other than just, I guess, Marionette and Golden Freddy just being very weird placements.
Weird placements, but always together.
Yeah.
I'm wondering actually, I realized the first row is incredibly sound, with like 4 and then 4 toys and then Balloon Boy and JJ, and that makes sense. And he couldn't find a spot for Ralph up there.
Also, Ralph is probably one of the only characters that takes place in multiple games. He's in 1 through 4, so
a lot, man.
Yeah,
he can't
4.
He can't physically put him in just one game, so he's just like
right here. Then in between OMC and Nightmare BB, then
he could.
Yeah.
Like
he should have put it next to. He should have put it next to OMC where Circus Baby is, so it looks like OMC is talking in the phone.
Yeah, right now it looks like Lefty's talking.
Yeah.
And she's not looking at it, though. She's not looking at it, but MC is looking in the direction of the phone.
Ah, true.
Is it just me or does Scraptrap always look very goofy in his, like, image?
It's because Scraptrap's design has a lot of issues.
He was good for that one night scene whenever you're supposed to shock him, and that was it.
Yeah. And even then, it's still a little
We're
goofy.
all in agreement that Stormmister is correct about the fucking Golden Freddy rebuild, right?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, no,
parts of them are probably from Golden Freddy, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think that too. That's
I
how
mean,
I
he
think the
doesn't have
Vengeful
feet
Spirit
one, and then he
latches onto
has feet again.
And that's how he becomes alive as well, is because the Vengeful Spirit's latched onto him at this point. That's why his heart's beating.
I don't know about that, but...
Yeah, the heartbeat.
The heartbeat is
really
so weird.
Me, but I just really don't see Williams being alive and in a nightmare, especially since I say like this.
Yeah, I do not think he's.
Can't wait.
This is after like
when people say this is a nightmare you can't wake from, they always act like it stops at this is a nightmare, but this is a nightmare you can't wake from. Like you physically cannot because you are dead.
Because you're dead, and that end, he was like. The spring locks absolutely killed him, but even then he was in a back room for like maybe like 10 to 20 years, rotting and losing body parts and dropping guts all over the place, and you know like his pee-pee fell off and all that. Like
where's Ultimatum when you need him?
I will say
he's very dead.
I do have a very funny mental image in my mind of, like, the ghost of Andrew with an alligator mask, like, leaving the back room to go get, like, fucking chips for him to keep him alive and, like, force-feeding him, just dipping water down his throat, like, you ain't dying on me this week, bitch!
So, William, do you want Cool Ranch Doritos or Nacho Doritos?
like taking care of Peepaw Willie, like, carting him around in a wheelchair, like... Time to get your water, bud, and then I'll put on your TV shows.
Chat, please make that. If there's any animators in chat, please make that. All right, let's get into the voice lines because we have a lot to go through.
Again, it's you know, Andrew. Again, it's Gregory.
Again, it's Gregory.
Where's? Oh God, that's a post.
The original comic creator used Evan, but like I didn't even care. It was so funny.
It was like, we're gonna have to find it. It's on Tumblr somewhere of like Pete burn trap, just like in a wheelchair. You know, Evan. Again, it's Gregory. I used to be quite the looker. Again, it's Gregory.
Again, it's Gregory.
I know what you're talking. I've seen that. All right, Nightmare Fredbear. Let's see if there's anything special with his voice lines, which there's definitely references. I'm sure we all know.
When it comes to voice lines, I might need to hold my tongue for a bit until Connie gives the signal. Which I don't know what it is, but she'll figure it out.
Corey. Okay.
Let me put you back together, then take you apart all over again.
Alright, that's the reference
who's
one.
The second voice? So, because he's a double voice character. Is the second voice someone different, or is it just a lot of filters?
There's a voice line. I remember TD bringing it up. I will tell you when we get to it, because I'll hear it. You can hear a kid in the background wheezing.
In Nightmare Fredbear or just in general? Because I know there's like
Nightmare
whispers
Fredbear.
Here from because I know in the Merry Melodies, from what I remember, it's a whispering.
Yeah.
And the voice actress, I believe, said she was directed to specifically be gender neutral.
So yeah, Nightmare
and then
Fredbear.
later on for the Vengeful Spirit, they just dropped he. So I guess Scott didn't care at some point because he was like, oh, whatever, fuck it.
Scott was like, I'll decide when I get there. Which also, by the way, people being like, well, it's voiced by a woman, so the Vengeful Spirit has to be a girl. I will point out that you know who else is about to be voiced by a woman? David. He wants some ice cream.
You know who's been voiced by a woman? Is Gregory. And there's no trans femme Gregory theories, but you know what? There should be. There should be, actually. Someone get on that.
I think the reason Gregory's the patient 46's pronouns are feminine in like a bunch of different translations is because Gregory is a trans king. He went up to Glitchtrap and he said, hey, actually, I'm a boy. And Glitchtrap said, okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm
the other direction.
You.
Gotcha.
He said, I'm a boy, and Glitchtrap said, okay, I don't care. I'm still possessing you. Go out the door.
I don't know what gender is. Do I look like I know what gender is? I'm the mimic.
One thing that I've thought about that always made me laugh is like, does Springtrap even know about things? Just at all? Consider he was just locked in a room for 30. Just everything in modern day. Like if he
doesn't know.
Oh, absolutely not.
Like, doesn't he know what a smartphone is?
Which, okay, and I would love, this is why I would love, and this is my pitch. Scott Kaufman, if you are listening right now, here is my pitch for you. Movie or TV show just while Springtrap was out between 3 and 6. Just a full-on slasher movie, just to really put in the Springtrap as a slasher. And then, whoever's the main character can be added as the survivor for Dead by Daylight, and now everything's even.
I always find it funny. Imagine if Springtrap just saw a flat screen TV. It was so confused, like, how is it so flat?
He's like, back in my day.
These were boxes that weighed 500 pounds.
They weighed more than the animatronics.
What other, like, technical... I mean, even, like, MP3s maybe were, like, post... Well, if you made it to late 90s. No, if you made it to, like, say, late 90s at least.
Do we think Michael
then he would know what an MP3 is. No. No, he's living in the shadows. He doesn't... Okay. Michael Afton may have a TikTok, but he's living in the shadows. Scrolling. So he's not. Yeah, he's not posting on there.
Just while during the salvage scene.
He does post. He does post, but it's just 5 straight minutes of a black screen because he's recording the inside of the sewer he's living in this week, and no one can tell what's going on.
You know, I can imagine just like the salvage scene between it's Michael and Afton, and Michael's just recording that. He's like, Michael, what the fuck are you doing? It's a TikTok, Dad.
It's a TikTok, Dad.
I am shocked that Springtrap was like that calm around the son he wants to kill being right in front of him. Like, I get there's some ghost stuff going on, but he was just like chilling. You think inside there was like just alarms and Kill Bill sirens blaring off as he's just desperately trying to sit still so he doesn't get shocked. Like, stand still. I know you want to kill him, but you need to sit still or else you'll get shocked. Oh, I gotta do it.
You know how satisfying it must have been for Michael to shock the hell out of his father, though.
Okay, Michael is the person who in the logbook drew him dancing outside of Freddy Fazbear's prison with the keys. He was absolutely so excited.
Actually, a hand unit William wouldn't be surprised about flat screens. True.
Yeah, flat screens is something I think people kind of predicted, but like, I wonder if there's other. I mean, smartphones were like a whole thing.
Dude, imagine he sees a Tesla, dude.
God,
dude.
He sees a Cybertruck and immediately beats the shit out of the driver.
Yeah.
What's an electric vehicle?
Even William Afton would look at a Cybertruck and say that looks stupid, and this man designed Ballora. You know what? Listen, William Afton, horrible person, stupid person, child murderer, bad father. Biggest L he ever took was he was the one who designed Ballora like that. And here's the thing, Scott designed her with irony, right? He was like, well, here, you know, because that's like it's through a bunch of filters. William Afton just did that and was like, yeah, this looks good. And I think that's the biggest L he ever took.
Alright, we should probably continue these voice lines because we got 5 seconds in and then start yapping about how Springtrap is coming back after 30 years.
All the way to Cybertruck.
It's been 84 years.
How do we go from let me put you back together and then
I wasn't even talking about the content. I was just talking about if it was 2 different voice actors or if they just took the voice line and put a filter over it.
Let's see how many times you can be pulled apart. I assure you, I am...
That's an important one. Because I assure you, I'm very real.
Dream theory!
Nightmare gas.
Yeah, it's like... But that also makes you wonder, does William know of what they look like?
It is interesting how... The nightmares were at least seen by one person, say Michael. But with an illusion disc, I'm surprised that if they are seen by multiple people, say crying child potentially, that they take the same form every time. So if it's in your head, then I feel like it would be different per person.
Yeah, so like...
I don't know if that's how it works in like Silver Eyes, because maybe... I think it doesn't, but like...
I have to reread Twisted Ones, I think.
Because I think Twisted Ones specifically was a little specific about it.
Yeah, so I'll have to reread and get back to you on that one. Is UCN real? Yes and no.
Yeah.
Like that's the answer. It's real and it's not real.
Define real.
Because it's technically all taking place inside of William's consciousness, but
I think it's real in the way that I think UCN is the opposite of what Jake did in the ball pit, where he was like, I'm going to make false good memories for these kids to help have them move on, and this is the opposite.
Yeah.
Putting you in a consistent hell. Like, Vengeful Spirit is holding the ball that William Afton is currently entrapped in like a wizard orb and making him go through hell and the trials. I see you're lost in my twisted and gay maze again.
Time to continue. Slap the spacebar.
Very real. This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
And yet they say that, which means... Yeah. And I think because Scott does like to choose certain words very particularly. Like, you know, when in Henry's speech, when he's like, and the agony of all this will disappear. I think that was on purpose. I could very well see him using illusion specifically to allude to, say, an illusion disc other than something similar, like a different, like a different word. That could be something. But he says, although I'm very real now, that means that I'm very real is a now thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the fear was an illusion.
Yeah. So no matter what, like, he was an illusion, now he is very much real, at least to William.
Yes.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
That line always gets me, dude.
Yeah.
Because it's
crying child.
Yeah, because the last
it is Fredbear, baby.
Is, you know, we're
it's Nightmare Fredbear, very FNAF 4.
Oh, I was thinking about like going to the plushies and saying these are my friends, you know.
Yeah.
Which I mean that could then allude to William being the one talking via Golden Freddy's. He's like, I'm your friend, and Crying Child's like, no the fuck you're not. You're my dad. You're not my friend, you're my dad.
You're my dad. Wookie wookie wookie.
Uh-oh. Which, like, for me, it's like, yeah, it is. Oh, but that also, it's like, it's Nightmare Fredbear, which Fredbear in FNAF 4, which was the plushie that... Also, hold on, Nightmare Foxy had the Foxy plush, like, he would turn into the Foxy plush in the closet.
Yeah.
That could allude to Nightmare Fredbear having a Golden Freddy plushie somewhere, which would be the one, I guess. I never thought about that.
Yeah,
that
like,
would explain that line a lot.
What's weird, and then you have the Nightmare Freddy plush, which he just kind of appears on the bed as well, or the Freddy plush, and he just appears on the bed.
Oh yeah, Freddy plush is on the bed.
Yeah,
so that would assume that so that would allude to Nightmare Fredbear having the Fredbear, maybe the Fredbear plush as a somewhere.
And then you would have
which is odd because it's in the basement of Sister Location, but we know how FNAF 4 and Sister Location are, so.
But what's weird is that we never see like the Bonnie or Chica one, and they're not in line of sight if they are there. So
yeah, but at least like I think Chica does Chica start in the kitchen, or does she just have a chance to go in the kitchen?
She has a chance to go in the kitchen. Basically, both start in the middle, but then she can go in the hallway or the kitchen, and she typically uses the kitchen as like that center area.
They're not in line of sight, but both of the ends of those hallways are in shadow, so
it's like they could just be hiding at the end of the hallway too.
And Nightmare Fredbear also starts around there, so
yeah, so it's very weird with him, but I think at the end of the day, at the very least, plushies and nightmares are very associated.
Yeah, which is odd because you would think it's like something to do with like nightmare endos, right? It does seem to be a thing. However, it could also be there's just illusion discs in the plushies. Like, good luck finding them, kid. You have no sharp objects on you.
Right.
Rip it out with your teeth, you know?
Yeah, that's also, yeah, I can see that.
Or good luck getting them. You don't want to destroy these plushies because either they're important to you or important to your brother, and now you don't want to break them.
There's something that bothers me about the Foxy plush, though. It's not there until Nightmare Foxy gets into the closet.
Yeah.
True.
So, in that case, either there's a Nightmare Foxy plush also in the hallways, and then he somehow carries it with him into the closet.
Or those plushes can goddamn move.
Or, yeah, or the plushies can, like, teleport or move.
Knowing lots of FNAF stuff, stuffed animal like thing moving. I've seen, dude, if the plush babies can move around somehow despite having ragdoll legs, it can happen.
Oh yeah, and there's also the fact that the Foxy plush has its head as well, which is different from the Crying Child's actual Foxy plush.
Which is never, because like Scott was like, "Oh, why is Toy Chica missing its beak?" Like, I don't care. Why is Plush Foxy missing his head? What happened? Did Elizabeth get to it and like start eating it? Like what? Huh?
Flashbite. Peak theory.
What is that?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it the best way I can in like 5 seconds. So basically, Flashbite is basically a theory. So you know in FNAF 2, in which there's those like secret kind of like death screens. You have the withered Foxy, the withered Freddy, and the toy Bonnie ones, and they're all eyeless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the background you hear the flashlight like error sound effect, like as if it, you know, someone's in the hallway or it's out of battery. So the theory is that there's all these representations like, oh, Foxy's missing his head and things like that, and one of these screens is withered Foxy. These were our 3 candidates at the time as well. It's pointing us in this direction of at least someone missing their head through Foxy, whether it's, and with Foxy missing his head and other signs of it like out of order, the 87 in Foxy's eyes and the FNAF.
Oh, that was always my assumption, was that because Foxy is always in some state of out of order except in sister location, like, because even like Mangle is kind of in like an odd out of order state, that it like that was a reference to like even his plushie is somehow out of order.
Yeah, and with the
in a visually obvious way. Yeah, although as I was just saying, it is a visually obvious way to have a plushie not be intact.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just like put marks on him somewhere, then people would be like, "That's odd because he doesn't have those marks." Well, then people would start theorizing that Foxy would have had those marks from FNAF 1 before the Crying Child, and then you get all these different like issues. Where if you just take his head, then it's like, yeah, this is the plushie's out of order, and it's not as confusing.
The Burning Plushie script page. What's the Burning Plushie script page?
Hmm?
You're gonna have to tell us about that. Someone said that the plushies could be the spirits, which if one thing I've been thinking about is if there's a week before FNAF 3, I feel like that's the FNAF 4 night gameplay. I could see that because of the survival logbook.
Yeah, it would be interesting because yeah, it's like the idea of like, is it plushies or is it nightmare endos? Because again, one of the things about Nightmare in general is that you can see his endo.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is Nightmare comes from maybe a bit more awareness. The fact that he's just called Nightmare, you know? A bit more awareness of the situation, maybe. But yeah, it is odd, but it would be interesting because when they're like at their most calm, both Freddy and Foxy, that they are the plushies. So I don't know, maybe it is the spirits trying to get into probably Mike's head and be like, "Hey man, what's going on? You got nightmares again? Oh, that sucks."
No, we slapped the button again.
Yay!
Oh god, this is just... Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it was actually this voice line where you kind of hear it the most.
One of them.
Yeah, like you can hear it really well there.
Yeah, it's like a higher pitched, like there's definitely filters on it to make it like raspy, because that's not a voice actor raspy, that's like an audio raspy.
Interfere.
Yeah, because like it's very high pitched too. It's a very high pitched voice.
I think it's to contrast how deep Nightmare's voice is. Because if you just did another deep voice, you wouldn't hear it. But I think because Nightmare's voice is so deep, it has to be high pitched, or else you're just not going to hear it.
Yeah. All right, Rockstar Foxy. I don't think he doesn't really have any other than just, yeah, please deposit 5 coins over and over. And yeah, you're attempting to trick Freddy. Freddy doesn't like this.
He does refer to himself in the third person, which is weird.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? And then the jump scare.
Okay, nothing with him. Funtime Fox. I don't think there's really anything too important with...
It seems couldn't make it to my show, so I brought the show to you.
Yeah, just from seeing you messing up.
Show times are on the hour, not a moment before and not a moment later.
Woo!
It's time to
Wait.
take your...
Stardak, I know you just said that's a joke, but raspy high-pitched audio illusion disc?
Is that an illusion disc thing? I don't remember that.
They emit like a very high-pitched sound.
Oh yeah, well if there's an illusion disc anywhere in the games, it's FNAF 3, because when Springtrap gets too close to you, you hear a very high-pitched sound emanating from him specifically, and you're seeing hallucinations the whole game.
Not quite, because you also hear when Phantom Freddy goes by.
Yeah, which is odd. Although something interesting, in FNAF VR, all of the phantoms are, you know, like just transparent 3D models, except for Phantom Freddy, which they gave an endo.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Which is weird. Is Nightmare Freddy like Springtrap sending out an endo with an illusion disc on it, like a drone, like?
I honestly feel like it's just Steel Wool being scuffed, because I mean they didn't even have the Withered Foxy model for FNAF 2 at first.
That's true.
So I feel like it's just that game being a little scuffed.
Yeah, but I love a little scuffed.
We all love a little scuffed here.
Your final bow! I'm sorry, but there was never enough room on this stage for both of us. A performance was demanded of me, and now I have delivered. Encore!
And then, yeah, just a jump scare. Alright, next one. Alright, now, I know Rockstar Foxy has some interesting things he says.
The most newest interesting thing is, among other UCN lines that Springtrap stole in AR, they have added to that in Dead by Daylight. One of them be, you play with fire and sometimes you get burned.
Yeah.
That being one of this guy's lines.
Yarg, how may I be of service to ya? Yarg, who touched me bird? Yarg, me bird likes you.
I need to ask this to each and every single one of you, both in chat and not in chat. Do we think that Rockstar Foxy helping William is somehow evidence for what's the theory called where Mike is helping William?
Maybe. Well, I doubt it.
He also helps the Vengeful Spirit sometimes too.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hesitant because originally Scott showed it off as making fun of Helpful Foxy theory.
Yeah, good guy Foxy.
Yeah, where he checks up on you and you have a heart attack because you're so scared. However, you play with fire and sometimes you get burned is a very specific line. And 2 people set him on fire, one of which was his own son, who is related to Foxy and did help him out, but then decided to stop after his dad killed him. So, hey, you play with fire and sometimes you get burned, you know?
You play with fire.
You put your kid in a basement, then he'll walk out an undead zombie and come and have a revenge plot for the rest of his unlife.
Yeah.
Wander around for like 20 years trying to find you.
Because I don't think it's anything with the theory. I forget the name of it. But
yeah, I mean, it's one of those where like it could, but it's not decisive evidence.
Yeah, it's not decisive. I'd say it's more supporting than like actual flat out decisive.
Yeah, I'd say minorly supportive. Just like maybe, sure, like this could mean that. Or he's fully in there just for Scott to make fun of Helpful Foxy.
Another thing someone said, the lines that get reused in like AR and Dead by Daylight, stuff like that, were things that William originally said but are being thrown back at him in UCN.
Yeah, that's the other possibility. It's either he's stealing lines or this is things he would say.
Yeah. Which I could see that with William, with how egotistical he is.
The one I wouldn't understand is the darkest pit of hell is open for business, and I don't know if he would have just said that. He might have just been talking about the darkest pit of hell at one point, so Henry brought it up, but I don't know.
He just likes to say that, and Henry's like, can you please?
That's what he called the timeout corner for his kids.
I mean, it would be kind of
I'm sending it's like, oh, hold on, Elizabeth's being a little sassy. I'm sending her to the darkest pit of hell, and Henry's like, what? And then he points, and it's just the corner.
Alright, we continue. Woo.
So I'll do ye a favor. Yarg, you win some, you lose some. Yarg, you play with fire, and sometimes you get burned.
Which obviously, if Rockstar Foxy is meant to be some form of Michael, then fire, stuff like that, yeah.
Which people pointed out after we put our theory with, since we think Mike is the Vengeful Spirit, that people have said Rockstar Foxy is the only character you cannot get rid of.
Yeah, he's always there.
Like, he has to be there.
Yeah.
I think that was in the comments early on, a few months out we still get comments on that video of people, like, still theorizing. It's like, you know what? I love it.
It's so fun.
I'll mark that one down as something to note.
Mm-hmm. No, it's the punishment ball pit.
The darkest ball pit of hell.
Okay, funny idea. The darkest pit of hell was the staff nickname for the ball pit.
Wait, then that means Music Man comes from hell.
They had to clean up throw up and spit and feces from that pit so often they just started referring to it as the darkest pit of hell.
Nah, man, dude, you know what that means? Music Man comes from hell then. Because you get Music Man from the ball pit in FFPS.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm making that as a joke theory. Music Man comes straight from hell.
The agony recreation of...
Just a spider that some kid was scared of?
Yeah, alright.
Some kid found a spider in the ball pit and freaked out, so, the agony got to it.
Manifested.
I mean, it could be Edwin. As we know, we're about to see a bitch.
He did make the mimic.
My name is Edwin. Okay, we continue. And jump scare. Okay. Oh god, no.
We can skip this one, it's fine.
No, we have to.
No, let's go.
Beat it up.
I am ready for story time.
We're straight 2 times speeding this one.
Alright, do I have my popcorn ready?
Yeah, everyone get your popcorn, get your drinks, whatever you enjoy.
Just don't do it into the mic or I'll come to your house in real life and kill you.
Yes, I will also fight you on that too. That is my pet peeve on another level, is when you just hear someone chewing in the mic.
So many indie horror games recently from like companies that pump out horror games because they're all in like low poly style have been using like really visceral chewing sounds, and it's like it's not even part of, like, if it was part of the horror, or like you see the monster eating a body and there's like this gross eating sound like that, I could see, but it's like the main character eating a pizza.
It's like,
and it's supposed to be a moment of
popcorn,
and it's supposed to be the popcorn is somewhat okay. There are certain eating sounds that are cartoonish enough that I'm fine with it, but like it's like these eating sounds aren't even in, like, they're supposed to be in moments of peace, like, oh, you're sitting on pizza, you're sitting on the couch eating pizza and like watching TV, and it's a moment of peace, a calm before the storm, and there's just like this horrible, gross, disgusting chewing noise in the mic, and it's so loud, and it's like, what is the point of this? This isn't, it's maybe even worse than jump scares, because at least jump scares have like usually some type of plot relevance or story relevance of like, oh, you just got caught by the creature, or oh, the creature is near you, or oh, cats, but like there's no, like, if anything, jump scares are meant to make you feel scared and make it build atmosphere. Like, those chewing noises do nothing for no one except make me feel bad, and not in like because it's like, oh, well, it's meant to make you feel odd and off-put. I don't feel off-put, I feel mad at the game. I feel mad at you specifically, game developer.
Yeah.
Someone said ASMR.
Anyway, Fierce to Fathom, fuck you. I hate you.
Someone said ASMR moment.
Anti-ASMR.
These voice lines are more significant according to Gibby. They all have one similar theme, and it's always Mr. Hippo having to tell Orville that something's dead.
Yeah.
Non-stop. That's the theme of it.
Do you think William had to tell Henry that Charlie was dead? He took him out to the park to feed the pigeons, and then 2 hours later he was like, by the way.
And then they kissed on the mouth. and then they kissed on the mouth for like 2 hours, and then Henry was like, wait, did you say my kid's dead?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Charlie in like 3 days. Do you think she's dead? Don't worry about it, Henry. Just keep feeding the birds.
Just being the little birdies.
Yeah. Birds, your kid is dead.
Let's skip through these, or we're gonna be here forever just talking about Mr. Hippo being a goober.
We're gonna talk longer than the actual voice lines.
But you know, I don't feel too bad about it. After all, if it weren't from me, it would have just been from someone else. You know. I guess what I'm trying to say is life goes on. Well, for everyone else, life goes on. Not for you. You're dead. That's neither here nor there.
Canonically dead.
One summer day in the park, I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville.
Oh,
and I
hey,
said to
yeah!
him, I said,
Oh, wait, no,
I
that
have
could
a
just
story.
be referring
He
to the
said
jump
me,
scare.
What's the significance of the story?
I mean,
I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story. If you try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy. I had a friend do it once. Wasn't pretty. We talked about
that's
it for
crazy.
years.
Who would
Not
ever
only
do that?
You'll likely end up believing something you shouldn't believe, and thinking something you shouldn't think, or assuming something you shouldn't assume, you know? Sometimes, I said, a story is just a story. So just be quiet for 1 second in your life and eat your sandwich, okay? Of course, it was only then I realized I made sandwiches and...
Wait, that is so mean. Just shut up for once in your life and eat your sandwich, okay?
me when people are like going through 5 different loops to be like, no, Cassidy is involved in this because this, and this thing I assumed, and this thing I assumed, and this thing I assumed goes with this, and this, and I'm just like, please just eat your sandwich. It's... Drowning is about Charlie because there's a creepy music box in her room. It's not that complicated. It's fine. Just eat your sandwich, okay?
Then you shouldn't believe, and thinking something you shouldn't think, or assuming something you shouldn't assume, you know? Sometimes, I said, a story is just a story. So just be quiet for 1 second in your life and eat your sandwich, okay? Of course.
God, that's so ruthless.
God. See, Scott, we would be able to do that if you actually, like, didn't drop some of the puzzle pieces in between the couch cushions where we can't find them.
You know what? That's fair.
And also the puzzle. So if the puzzle was like a picture of, like, say, a dog, right? Everyone knows what a dog looks like and where the thing goes. It's just like a tie-dye hallucination with Freddy Fazbear in some places, and that's a really hard puzzle to put together.
You know, if Mr. Hippo was supposed to be William talking to Henry, it would make a little sense because, you know, Mr. Hippo's purple.
Mm-hmm. I guess.
Anyways,
is Mr. Hippo the revamp of that fan purple guy animatronic?
Oh God! Yeah, like
oh
my God! Look at his flower. He has a yellow spot on his chest.
Well, not only that,
remember him and Norville have matching flowers because of their husband.
But it's yellow. So he has a yellow spot on the chest.
Well, this is the same colored flower as the one that's inside of the pink room in FNAF
Sister's
4.
room.
Yeah. Same color with the dot in the center.
Huh.
Is that top pedal crooked or something?
I think it's just the angle.
It's shading. It's shading.
I wasn't sure.
Not only he had to move it a bit to make it make sense with the position of Mr. Hippo's head.
And we shall continue.
It was only then I realized I made sandwiches, and poor Orville was having such difficulty eating it. Elephants have those clumsy hands, you know? Actually, I suppose that's the problem. They don't have hands at all, do they? They're all feet. I couldn't imagine someone asking me to eat a sandwich with my feet. Now, if I recall correctly, there was a bakery nearby. I said to him, Orville, let me go get you some rye bread. Now, I'm unsure if elephants...
Rye toast?
Rye toast reference?
I assure you that Orville does. Now, this was on a Tuesday, which was good because rye bread was always fresh on Tuesday. They made sourdough bread on Monday and threw it out Wednesday. Or rather, they sold it at a discount for people wanting to feed the ducks, and then probably at the end of the day, finally, they threw it all out. I don't recall. I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you know, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all. It swells up in their stomach and then they all die. At least that's what I've heard. You know, I never saw any ducks die myself, but I did notice a substantial decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was killing the ducks by feeding them sourdough bread. And if you want my opinion on the matter, and I told Orville this as well, if you want to feed ducks, or birds, or any kind for that matter, it's best to buy seed. I mean, when you think about it, breads of any sort don't occur in nature. They don't grow on trees or spring up from the bushes. I don't think birds know what to do with bread. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I bought Orville some rye bread. What a fine day it was.
You know, it is weird that he mentions Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a man and his kid, you know, going to buy the bread, and then the man, you know, feeds the birds and they all die. Like, it's just the fact that he mentions a man and his kid.
Yeah, and the idea of, like, there is also, I mean, the symbolism I would think of with feeding ducks is that feeding ducks bread is that you're trying to do a kindness, and
it's actually
killing
harming
them.
Things.
Yeah.
And in a way, that would be Henry with making the animatronics.
Maybe.
Chica is a bird? Oh god.
True.
They're feeding Suki and it killed her.
Yeah, they're throwing breadcrumbs at Susie. That's what they used to do at Freddy's. Like that's all. Once all the machines broke down, they're like, "What do we do?" So they just throw breadcrumbs at Susie.
There's someone. Walter White is in my comments right now. He said, "Raven, we have to cook. I'm the one who knocks, Raven."
Man, if William Afton just made meth, all of this could have been avoided.
Honestly, yeah.
We have to cook, Michael.
We have to cook, Michael.
Michael, we have to cook.
Michael, we have to cook.
Michael, it is I who knocks. We have to cook.
I'm the one who knocks.
Yo, Mr. Dad.
I feel like for Mr.
Hey, when are you gonna pay my child support?
Yo, Mr. Afton.
Yo, Mr. Afton. Calling his dad Mr. Afton.
That definitely feels like a power thing that Afton would do, though. He'd be like, "No, you're not allowed to call me father or dad or daddy."
Oh, yeah, let's be real. Mike called him father on the phone call. Like, this was a very formal family. But, I mean, which goes to show where, like, Mike seemingly goes by Mike everywhere else in the logbook in FNAF 1, but to his father, he refers to himself as Michael.
Okay. Quick story.
It seems that you have met your end. What a pity. You know, I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me, it would have just been one of the others, I guess. I'm honestly just glad to be out of those air ducts. You know, it's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there, and not easy to get down either. Not as young as I used to be, as you can see. I used to be able to do all sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends, Orville. We were having a nice pic.
You know, why would Mr. Hippo say to William, the ancient dinosaur that he is at this point, that you look nice and young?
I don't know if he said... Did he say you look young, or just, as you can see, I am old?
You're young, you're vibrant.
You're younger. I mean... The oldest William could... I mean... If he died late 90s, he died, like, generally 40s, which isn't even the midlife yet.
I mean, yeah, but then you also have him being stuck for 30 years, and then more past that, and then...
Well, yeah, but ghosts don't age.
Being burned multiple times.
Clearly ghosts don't age, because they're still ghost kids. Anytime we see them.
Something I can also point out is that when Jake appears as a ghost in the last epilogue, he's in his healthy state, and he's got all his hair, so it seems they returned to, like, a more comfortable state, rather than the last image they were in when they died.
That's true. So it's not people acting.
Also, Mr. Hippo explicitly told us not to read and do his shit.
That's true. Fuck.
And we continue.
Vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends, Orville. We were having a nice picnic one day. I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was it the fall? Yes, it was the fall because the leaves had turned already. But I said to Orville, I says, Orville, I have a story to tell you. And Orville looked at me, kind of odd and said, well, what's it about? I said to him, not every story has to be about something, Orville. Sometimes a person just wants to talk. Why does everything have to be a story? I said to him. He just looked at me and he said, well, you said you had a story. And he was quite right. I did, in fact. I told him I had a story. I suppose if a person just wants to talk, then it's best to not announce that you're telling a story. Telling a story does come with its own pressures and expectations, I suppose. After all, if you're just talking to a friend, then there's no more expectations than if you were talking into the wind. Words by themselves aren't expected to carry, aren't expected to stick. But if you announce you're telling a story, well then, there better be a point to it all, No one wants to sit and listen to someone ramble on and on and on with absolutely no end in sight. So, it's good to be mindful that when you tell someone that you're about to tell a story, that you have something to say. Telling someone that you're going to tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey buddy, stop everything, stop what you're thinking, I have a solution to everything. And well, I didn't really have any story to tell. In hindsight, I probably just misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing. Either way, it was quite a nice day. I remember that we were drinking tea. Well...
That's a Scott one, I think.
Yeah, that is definitely Scott.
That's just Scott, that's just Scott rhapsodizing again.
Yeah.
Oops, Scott's rhapsodizing again.
What were we talking about?
Hello? This is basically Scott clarifying that yes, there is a story, but not everything is convoluted. That and T had a plan. She's like, when I said I'm gonna tell a story, I'm gonna tell a story,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not everything is as convoluted as you think it is, is kind of what I got from that.
Yeah.
It seems that your journey has ended. Very sorry about that. It was always going to end this way, of course. If it weren't by me, it would have just been by some other, terrible thing. Just, you could not imagine how terrible it would be. Just, I get scared thinking about it. Glad it's not me. It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching the pigeons. I was on the left, he was on the... Wait, was I on the right or left? Anyways, it doesn't matter. We were sitting on there watching the pigeons. And I said to Orville, friend, those birds are frozen. And he kind of looked at me like I lost my mind. But I reminded him that it was winter, and often birds will sit in a tree until they freeze. And then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up and they can, move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in. To which he asked what I meant, and asking what condition the crumbs should be in before he threw them to the birds, assuming that I meant the birds couldn't enjoy the breadcrumbs in the condition that the crumbs were in, when in fact I had meant the birds could not enjoy them in the condition that the birds were in, considering that the birds were frozen. So he took a moment and then threw his last handful onto the ground. I said to him, Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told you they're frozen? To which he responded, the breadcrumbs are not frozen. Again, misunderstanding my words. I didn't mean to say that the breadcrumbs were frozen when I said I told you they're frozen. I'd been referring to the birds. In hindsight, what I should have said was, and this would make perfect sense, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when the birds are frozen? He misunderstood upon my correction, stating that he didn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs, and that perhaps, when the birds thawed, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, and this is what I said to him, I said, Orville, the birds may be dead. It seems...
I think that's another Henry one. Not Henry, sorry, Scott. That's a Scott one.
Yeah.
There is something specific, I think there was something specific he's talking about when it comes to the misspeak, where people mistook something he said, and it was the birds are frozen situation. I can't think of something right now, but I'm sure that's what it was. Or there's just a general example of mishearing someone, but...
However, Orville keeps misunderstanding him.
Mm.
We are Orville, by the way. Oh, I have an Orville plush. I could have brought that.
Alright, I think this is the last story that we can finally move on past this purple monstrosity.
Okay.
Said you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? We were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade, you're being wedged in the end.
Well, you can't because you're dead.
He looked at me.
I
feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking sitting by the falls
he's so funny.
Being wedged in the air duct, not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met
Mr. Hippo, can you reclaim that?
This is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all.
God, so honestly, it feels like the duck one's really... Yeah, it tells Orville not to look into things too much. It's the end part that's really confusing. Importance of telling a story, misunderstanding, and then what's the gist of the last one?
Drinking Arnold Palmer.
Huh?
Drinking Arnold Palmer. Half lemonade, half tea.
How do you just know what that is off the top of your head?
Because we have those here. Do you not have an Arnold Palmer around you?
No.
What is in the beginning of the story is the type of misunderstanding at first is he's like, and I end up in the jaws of the beast, and he misunderstands it thinking he was literal, and he's like, no, I wasn't actually in the jaws of a beast. I'm talking,
Scott was using a metaphor, and we took it as something serious.
Potentially.
It seems
that happens a lot.
Horrible demise, my friend. But these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously.
But Orville was right about something in this story. which was him getting too much sunlight.
Which is something I wanted to point out. There's 4 of these stories, right?
Yeah, there's 4 in total.
Why are they each in a different season? Because when he specifies it's fall, when he says, like, that birds are frozen, so that's winter, and this one he's getting too much sun and being poured ice-cold lemonade, so that would be summer. And is there anything in the first one that would indicate spring?
Who have met a terrible, terrible demise. But, I don't feel too bad about it. After all, if it weren't from me, it would have just been from someone else, I guess what I'm trying to say is life goes on. Well, for everyone else, life goes on, not for you, you're dead. That's neither here nor there. It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful...
This is summer?
Yeah, he said it was a summer day for the first one.
So summer, fall, winter, spring, I guess.
Yeah.
The fish were leaping in the creek, which could be like migration. Fish migration for breeding
spring,
season.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is there is a clear seasonal change here. The question is, why is that important?
Yeah, why is it? Oh, that's so weird.
Right? I just noticed this while we're listening to it now. It's like, these are all, like, seasonal.
Because what, FNAF 1 came out in the summer, right?
Yes.
And
August,
then when did
August
FNAF...
8th.
Yeah, then FNAF 2, that would have came out when?
3
November,
months later.
3 months later, so August, September... So that would have been, like, end of fall. Beginning of winter.
Well, I mean, him specifying it's fall isn't just as, like, a weird weather thing, but because of the confusion of FNAF 2, because apparently in Texas they just call things summer jobs even if they're not a summer job.
Like, FNAF 2 release date... Okay, so it was... Wait, no, not the movie. Game. November 11th, so that would have still been fall. That's not winter yet. And then we do FNAF 3...
March.
That's spring.
Which is spring.
And then FNAF 4.
Spring trap, we're onto something.
It was August, so summer again. So what we're
summer
missing
is a winter release.
I'm just gonna go through the rest of the releases just to see. Like,
look at that. That's an interesting thought.
FFPS.
Winter is
December.
also like. So the most recent game.
Yeah, so then it would have been FNAF 1, 2, 3, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator.
Well, but the problem is now we also have 2 other candidates, because 3 and 6 also released during like fall and summer. So he could be talking about those games, if you're going where I think you're going with this thought process.
It's more so like if he's telling us that we're
the winter one is 100. If this was true, then the winter one would 100% be Pizzeria Sim.
Because what's the winter story? It's the frozen pigeons and they're dead, telling them that they're dead.
And misunderstanding a metaphor at the beginning as well.
So I wonder in that case, Henry at the end of the game tells them like, hey, you all are dead, move on.
Maybe?
And then we have the T story, which the T story, that's... Good. What was the T story again? That's the...
I'm thinking about
if
it is about misunderstanding a metaphor, not misunderstanding a metaphor. Sorry, the like misspeaking, like said something in a way that people misconstrued it on accident.
The number one thing that I think of,
there might be something in FNAF 6
is, remember whenever Scott was giving out the little hints during the GT live stream?
Yeah, that would be FNAF 4 though.
Right, but that's just the number one thing that comes to my mind whenever I think of Scott saying something that he regrets. That's why he doesn't say anything to the...
Yeah, because, I mean, MatPat took it and ran with it, but, like, I think part of the problem there was that, especially at that time, people weren't gonna, like, actively come out and say, no, this is bogus. Everyone was just like, yeah, okay, I guess Dream Theory was the plan.
Yeah.
Which was the idea, like, after FNAF 4 came out, he was like, oh, well, it was the plan. And then you look back at Dream Theory, and there's actually a lot of holes. Like, the alarm clock thing doesn't make sense. What kind of hospital has an alarm clock? But what is odd is, despite everything, You know what did have an alarm clock set to 6 a.m. that looked just like that? Was Mike's room in the movie. You know? So there is that. That's funny. And then they also had the Dream Theory book, which honestly I would like to read. I'm incredibly interested. But yeah, what was the... Because 2 games released in fall, and 2 games released in summer. What was the one that released in spring? Was that 2?
Let me relook.
No.
Because that was October, that was August.
Which one was March? Oh no,
FNAF
it was
3.
It was FNAF 3.
Yeah.
What's this? The first one is the spring story.
Yeah.
No, the last one. The last one, because the first time he says it's summer.
Yeah.
So it would be the last one about the fish.
Yeah, I feel like he's stuck in the jaws of a beast, which FNAF 3 got a really bad reception.
You know what else got really bad reception? I'm just there's another game that's in the winter besides 6. It's World.
It's World.
That's true.
Which, as we know, Scott says he's like, oh, I shouldn't have tied the lore into this game. So there's lore in that game.
He regretted that game a lot.
Yeah.
True. With the idea of like ups and downs trying to get somewhere, which I do think is Scott rhapsodizing.
So, if we have spring with the fish in FNAF 3, I feel like that was Scott's first kind of slap, like, of realization, like, you're in this now, and you need to actually make good games, because people hated FNAF 3 when it came out. And he even said, like,
they did?
A big reason.
See, I wasn't online at the time. I was like a kid and watched. Actually, I didn't know it. Actually, I got into FNAF a little before Sister Location came out, I believe.
Yeah, no. So basically, when FNAF 3 came out, basically had FNAF 1 and 2, but FNAF 3 people hate it because it was easy. The Springtrap jump scare was kind of weak. The Phantoms didn't kill you. Like, people hated it. So
yeah, I was thinking it was the one animatronic
him
thing.
A lot to make FNAF 4. Like, in development of FNAF 3, he was thinking about a 4th game, but the insane negative reception to FNAF 3 made him realize he needs to actually put effort into these games, and people aren't going to just like them because it's FNAF. So thus, he made FNAF 4 super scary. And
which is, the thing is about, FNAF 3 is a solid game. I think just, I mean, even now, like, in retrospect, it's like, oh, FNAF 2 is worse to play than FNAF 3. But at the time, I could see, especially, I mean, FNAF 2 came in swinging with, like, the usual sequel thing of, like, alright, we have more than double the previous animatronics. Now, start doing crazy gameplay stuff. And then, for FNAF 3, he was like, okay, we have 1. Which is supposed to speak to the importance and power of Springtrap's presence, that it's still you're still micromanaging despite the fact there's only 1. However, I can absolutely see at the time that people were like, but I need more animatronics to ship with each other. What the hell? I mean, they got a lot of use out of Springtrap, so I guess
they really did
for it. Despite everything. I mean, this was like creepypasta. Maybe or right after like huge creepypasta era, so Jeff the Killer didn't hit the same anymore.
You know, honestly, I feel like I'm pretty confident with saying that this could be Scott kind of venting and hinting to a certain thing.
I do think, if anything, quite a few aspects of maybe all of Mr. Hippo's things is Scott venting, which is fine. Like, he can do that. I think it's the second one that it's like, yeah, this is him venting about some stuff and maybe calling out specific issues with what people misunderstood. Some of them more obvious than others, like fall. Like, no, it definitely was the fall because the leaves were falling. Because in Texas, they just call, like, part-time jobs summer jobs for some reason, and that didn't translate to anywhere else. So I think, I mean, it's potentially he's talking about specific games, and for certain issues, he might be talking about specific issues. Again, some more obvious than others, but that gets into maybe a little too into authorial intent, where it's like, I don't know the guy, and I don't want to say that he was saying this about this game, you know?
Some of them feel like they're hinting towards certain games. It's just the, like, the fact that he's calling out certain seasons.
Yeah, that's because that's the thing of like that's on purpose. So what does it mean? You know, why is that there?
And like in that case, like FNAF 3 is the only spring one up to this point. So that would mean that the Jaws of the Beast would have to be FNAF 3.
And also, yeah, Jaws of the Beast is very specific wording that doesn't connect to FNAF 3 specifically. If anything, it would be 2 or 4, but
if you think about 3 led him to 4, which is very much about the Jaws of the Beast.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. I think that's something we gotta think hard about with that. I feel like that could warrant a theory video a little bit.
Maybe. Like, this is Scott venting, and what he's venting about is up to interpretation.
Yeah, but here's our interpretation.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be fun to do. Alright, Withered Body! We're not doing the Toy Chica voice line high school ones. Okay, wait, God, we don't need to 2x speed you.
He's already hard enough to understand.
Literally. Bro, he doesn't have a top of a mouth. Give him grace.
I'm sorry, Body.
Haha, face the facts. This guy's funny.
Face the facts. You were always destined to fail.
Yeah, and then here's that question: is that about UCN or about like his life goal? You know?
But if you
it's
think
like
about it,
who says you knew I would find you eventually? Because like, you know, what's that about? Is that about UCN or is that about life?
You know, with him saying that, like, William technically did succeed in life. Like, he did figure out how to be immortal. Like, he did succeed.
Yeah, in one of the worst immortalities possible. Like, his fingers probably don't do things very well, I'm sure.
Yeah, but he still, in a way, succeeded at what he wanted.
In a way, he sees it, absolutely.
Yeah, so, like...
But he still ended up failing. They killed him.
Yeah, they did kill him, so I guess that would be the failure.
Mm-hmm. They said, come here, bitch.
What is this new prison? Is it fully trapped or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
This is where I always say there's multiple consciousnesses.
Yeah, well, I think there is, because Charlie's definitely here.
Yeah.
So, it's the question of, is it whoever is within Withered Bonnie who's saying that? Is it a Vengeful Spirit-esque line? Is it, like, what... Who is saying that? And who thinks that it makes enough sense for them to be trapped in hell?
Jeremy's like, man, I forgot.
I guess this is hell.
One time, I belong in hell.
That's true. If they're in Utah, dude, he thinks he missed the toilet while peeing once, and that's what he thinks he's in hell for.
Like,
that's why he's Toilet Bonnie, dude.
The thing is, though, like, I don't think this would be the Vengeful Spirit, saying the Vengeful Spirit very much seems to be in control of this. Like, I think the Vengeful Spirit would be aware of what he's doing.
But, you sure?
At least to a certain degree. At least he knows where he is.
Yeah, well, I will also say, because I don't think Andrew Vengeful Spirit, because just watch Gibby's whole video on the Man in Room 1280.
Yeah.
Because he put it, it's not that, like, he made me believe it, it's that he put it incredibly succinctly in a way that I could not. But if there is any, you know, symbolism going on, which is what we need to look for now, it's like, okay, symbolically, what's going on here? I mean, there's hell imagery. Cerberus is guarding the gates of the hospital. But the thing about Andrew is that when it comes to the mind waves, they say they're tormenting each other.
Yeah, they're fighting against each
other. Which is why I was thinking potentially could be linked to, say, Vengeful Spirit, if that's probably who Andrew is supposed to represent. Because it's very similar to, is this your hell or is it mine? I guess we're both in hell.
Yeah.
Which, if it is a trapped spirit that is kind of confused about where it is, but it's fun to kill William, I could also see that. However, even though there are only 2 spirits in the Man in Room 1280, they are tormenting each other. So the idea of the Vengeful Spirit also thinking this could be my hell too when I'm taking advantage of it, whatever. Not possible. As well as the idea with how like memory transfer and with Remnant works, which is a whole thing of like you can't just pull random memories. It has to be like either from you or the person you are putting in the memory. Like Jake could put Andrew in his memory and help him move on. But it's not like Jake or Andrew could pull from some random guy on the street and find his happy memory and use that, you know? It's either like, and then Eleanor was trapped in her own worst memory, which means worst memories are also a thing, which is one of the big, which I wish we had like really gotten down when we made our video, because if UCN is memory, these are all the games that Mike played and went through and all of his bad memories.
I have a weird question.
So he would be putting him in his own bad memories, which if it is a memory thing, then the most likely candidate would be Mike. There at least. I
really want to look at something. Does this kid have black curly hair? Like that's what I'm wondering.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. By definition, he has. Oh my God, by multiple definitions, he has black curly hair.
So in that case, I almost wonder, because we don't
Jeremy's
know the
Vengeful Spirit.
We don't know the race of Andrew, right?
Jeremy went down fighting.
True. All they say is that he has like dark or black curly hair. They'll either use dark or black, which dark is so much more ambiguous. Because it could just be like really dark brown, but also I could, I don't know, but they also use black in them. Because what I was pointing out is dark curly hair is specific, and it depends on the lighting and sprite. But if you look at the Rick Astley sprite from FNAF 6, Mike does have curly hair.
So I need to ask this really hard, really fast. If the Man Room 1280 is impossible, thus making that story impossible. We know Monty ends up replacing Bonnie. If there's multiple consciousnesses inside of it, what if the only one they saw was, in this universe, Monty, but in our universe, Bonnie's consciousness?
Andrew and
that would make Andrew one of the kids tormenting him instead of like the one in charge.
Yeah, so in this case, this is our Andrew. Jeremy is our Andrew.
Potentially. I mean, knowing how Jeremy is, I can kind of see it.
Well, we say that as if he's had anything other than...
Yeah, Jeremy doesn't have the amount of content that, like, say, Susie and even Gabriel has, because the reason we can assume Gabriel is in You're the Band is because it correlates with other stuff Freddy does. Like other Freddy behaviors, such as throwing tantrums. Being quiet most of the time, but then throwing a tantrum. But mostly being protective of the other kids, stuff like that. So we can gather some stuff about Gabriel. We know the most about Susie. Fritz and Jeremy are kind of left behind. Personality-wise. But again, you can glean some of the kids' personalities from how the animatronics act post-possession. Because a lot of, say Chica eating stuff. Even if she is a character that likes to eat, they didn't program her to eat real human food. That was Susie doing that. And that tells us something about Susie.
Mm-hmm.
But, there is something to say about, Bonnie is the most aggressive.
Got it. This just makes me really...
Again, that's why
he's kind of their barbarian.
We're like, oh, he fought, he died fighting, and I'm like, you know what? That's funny. Let's keep that.
Yeah, sure. He was also the last. If we go by grave order, he was the last of those 4 kids to go.
Yeah, before Golden Freddy.
Which
could mean he saw everything in a different way than Susie.
I will say this, I can't show it on stream, otherwise I'm going to give away a gigantic project I'm working. I do think I have figured out the death order because of the Pizza Sim note tree. Let me.
I mean, I think it's the graves because you light fires in order.
Okay, it's Susie, Gabriel, Jeremy, Fritz, Cassidy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's one problem with that. Cassidy can't die because she never lived. She's not real.
Corey, be nice.
I'm being nice.
I'm here to keep her in check, by the way.
I'm just stating blunt truth. I'm just stating what the truth is. She's not real.
Really think the help wanted grave order is just really obvious. Here is your
because
order.
I'm looking at the symbolism. I'm looking at the symbolism, and it's like
they're like, well, it's
because Charlie's last, and that's why people ignore it. It's because Charlie's last. In which,
they don't want to
actually, if I look at certain things, other than a single line from Henry, kind of everything else does make sense that Henry died last. I mean, sorry, not Henry, Charlie. However, I think it's very as someone who knows a lot about visual storytelling in both still images and moving images and not even images. I've put my toes into pretty much every art form possible, except maybe like. Oh, I haven't done spray painting yet. I'll have to do that at some point.
There's another.
But I know a lot. I know a lot about visual storytelling, and I'm about to get. And I'll get a degree about it next year. But looking at it, you are lighting fires by graves with the poppets on it. They are putting on their masks. In Happiest Day, there are balloons that fly up into the air, which there's nothing like that. But also, their masks fall. So they put on their masks for Happiest Day, but then they fall to the ground once the ghosts disappear. And I feel like if they really wanted to make sure we knew, meanwhile just looking at like the grave order, as well as like it's the order of graves, which would be the order of like the graves put, or even the dates on the graves, or something like that, like which grave was dug kind of thing. It just like I just can't see even fire being like in various specifically Asian cultures representing a soul. Like I just think or spirit. I just think there's it. I don't know what else it can mean other than the death order, especially because nothing else would be important. Like if it was release order, then yeah, it was Happiest Day happened, but they all went at the same time, so who cares about release order?
So the death order I gave y'all was the one that people think is the gravestones, right?
No, the gravestones are Susie, Fritz,
well, no, like the ones
Gabriel,
that you like.
Jeremy, Cassidy. Yeah, the ones that
and then Charlie.
Okay.
And then Charlie.
So
the ones that you liked.
One thing I do want to say about Bonnie really quick, there's only one animatronic that has a completely blacked out variant, which is Bonnie too.
True.
Yes, Toy Bonnie.
You know, there probably is something also in that Spring William was also a Bonnie. And like there's something to explore with one of the kids being stuffed into a suit that looks exactly like their killer, but Scott won't do anything with the kids.
Dude, so imagine in the Man Room 1280, it wasn't Spring Bonnie, it was Spring Monty.
Yo. God. But I will there you could retroactively make something out of that. Like, in the first game, Bonnie removes his face because I don't know, retroactively there's shame that he has their killer's face. I don't know, but that was the first game, so it's harder to pinpoint something like that.
I mean, I do kind of want to just mention one more time, like, it is weird that the only character that we have that does have like dark curly hair is Jeremy, and he's also confused on the prison that he's in, possibly being tormented by William and him tormenting William.
I mean, you could argue for Afton kids having dark curly hair. I mean, not Elizabeth, but you know what I mean.
I mean, what other kids would have the dark curly hair?
Well, as I said, if you look at the Rick Astley silhouette in FNAF 6, Mike has curly hair. His hair's curled.
Okay.
Which is probably the most detailed thing we know about Mike's appearance, maybe at all, is that he does have curly hair. How dark it is really depends on the sprite and the lighting. Like, it could be very dark brown to, like, auburn, which, I mean, just might also depend on lighting in general.
Yeah.
Which then, from that, we could assume that his brother potentially also has curly hair. But I don't know.
Okay, let's get past this guy now.
I may see my face, but even I could see his tongue.
That's
Thank
a
God
weird
for subtitles.
One.
It's even like the voice acting even sounds a little bit different.
But even I could see stock.
I think like that's the joke is that he doesn't have eyes, so they're like, I mean, it was so obvious even to me who doesn't have eyes.
Yeah.
He promised them to never.
Yeah, this one I always find interesting because these are the secret stories he says throughout these.
From FNAF 6, right?
Yeah, the secret stories. He
I
always
want to see
mentions
which lines he does though.
So it's he promised to never leave them. That's the 5 kids.
He promised
Yes, absolutely.
Now I will tell you a story.
Yeah, and that's basic.
Oh, yeah.
But he could not.
All of them.
That's the same story. The man with the 5 kids.
He pieced the remains together.
Man with
Same
the 5
story.
kids.
Is that it?
I think that's.
Is there just 30 seconds of blackness?
Okay.
So it's all the same story.
I've had an unpopular theory about that story.
Oh boy, here we go.
I don't know.
I think it's potentially about William making Molten Freddy, and the fact that they say the old man is kindly threw everyone off because he's not a kindly old man. However, in this story, there is a connection, and people have agreed with me on this. There is a connection between the story ends with there was a knock on the door, and in game, Molten Freddy says, "Knock knock, here I am." So that tells me, okay, it is a Molten Freddy or MCI thing. So people are like, "Oh, Henry," because he's a kindly old man, but he wants to have
MCI,
all the kids,
William
and he wants to give. He would be perceived as kind. He wants them all in one place. And then they're all in one place and they all die, which I'm not entirely sure. I think at one point I had it to something, but I forgot. However, what's important is he couldn't only afford one coffin, so he stitched all of their bodies together.
The only thing is, who's the
which
robber?
Is very Molten MCI. Oh, that's right. There's a robber that comes in and
kills all the kids.
You could even it could even be it could even be something referring to the puppet waking them up, and now that they're awake, he has to use other methods to control them. Something like that.
This is something
but I think there's certain aspects that are very William Molten, and now I have this that the only story he brings up is the game where you're playing through the eyes of William.
I do want to say this. ID brought this
Why
up
would he tell the Henry
when we
story
were
to
talking
William
about Candy Cadet. The end of the story is very similar to the Monkey Paw story. I don't know if y'all know what the Monkey Paw story is, but basically,
gist of it, yeah, I know most of it.
Yeah, basically, it's like, I wish for my son to come back, but then the son does come back as a zombie, and the story ends with there was a knock at the door.
Yeah, that is true. I can't.
So that's very Monkey Paw.
That's
a direct reference then.
So what ID proposed was that it was Lefty coming back with Henry's dead daughter. There was a knock at the door.
That doesn't make sense with the story though, because they specify the 5 kids that they stitched together. So why would it be just singular Charlie?
I thought the Monkey's Paw ended with the knocking stopping, because the second wish was to bring their son back, and then there was knocking, and then they were panicking, and then the guy ran away.
It doesn't fit in here, but I will add, either as a reference or telling us they're connected.
Yeah, no matter what,
in the kid, in the kid story, in Help Wanted 2, it ends with he opened the door.
True. Maybe we need to listen to all Candy Cadet stories.
Wasn't it he closed the door?
No, he opened it because he hears the monster singing his mom's song and his mom's voice.
You're talking about the Ruin one. You said Help Wanted 2.
Oh, that was Ruin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should, at some point, just listen to all of Candy Cadet's stories front to back and see if they somehow piece together. It's what if it switches, positions
find more evidence for Lefty DCI.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this story could make some more sense about William. It could be something about him putting them all in one place in this game.
Well, it would make sense for a Henry story though, because where is Henry in Ultimate Custom Night? One of the most important characters.
Yeah, but I think just because of taking as well as again I think it is specific that It is a specific choice that Candy Cadet only uses lines from that story.
The knocking stops and the third wishes to make the sun dead again. That's how it ends.
This is the game about reflection and the fear of reflection, and if it is that, then why wouldn't Candy Cadet be telling like the story of like, yeah, this is about you, man. You stitched two kids' corpses together. That's fucked up.
I mean, it could just be him saying that you made Henry do this.
Well, then he could use any of the stories.
I forget what we said the other ones were about, but because I think the first one was the 5.
I have interesting thoughts because I also think the key one could very well be about Circus Baby Elizabeth, where she had this plan to merge them all together to escape, and then it just ended up fucking them over.
So yeah, I forget what the first wish is in Monkey Paw, but the second one is to bring the sun back, in which they hear knocking at the door. They wish for the sun to be dead for the third wish, and then the knocking stops.
The first wish is for money, and that's how the sun dies.
Yeah, and then they wish for the sun to come back. He does come back, knocks at the door, they panic. The third wish is for the sun to die, the knocking stops.
Which, if I remember correctly, the third wish is implied, because we don't actually see the wish happen. We just see the character run off, quote-unquote, screen. And then the knocking stops. So the third wish is kind of implied as to what happens.
Yeah, so in that case, like, if we were to have that continuation, like, let's say, okay, this is Candy Cadet's story telling us, okay, it's very Monkey Paw.
Yeah.
So in this case, could it be the 5 kids are William's greed for Remnant? Then we have the knock at the door, something important to him coming back. But he realized, oh, that's not like my son, daughter, whatever, and then goes for it to be dead again.
Something I also just thought about. If we're using door imagery and like knocking at it versus going through it, William was confronted by 5 kids he killed before going into Spring Bonnie.
Yeah.
So it could be about that.
Because then, yeah, you brought them all back into one place, stitching the 5 bodies together. That's something Henry says. And then they'd come back, something William doesn't want. So that would be wish number 2. But he doesn't get the third wish. His third wish was to make them go, which technically he did get that by going in Spring Bonnie. So it could be that. That's another way you could see it. So I think there's 2 ways you could see it. The Henry version or the William version. But whichever one you think is true is kind of up to you. Basically, is it about Follow Me, or is it about Lefty coming back with Henry's dead
I don't see
daughter?
why I would be about Lefty. I don't
it's
see
really
why
the
I would
only
be
Because
case-
Lefty DCI. Did you not watch? Did I not make you watch that video with me?
Yeah, the other thing about that is that's really the only case in which, like, in a way, Henry wishes someone, like, a character wishes someone could come back, to our knowledge, and them actually, in a way, coming back.
Yes, but Charlie isn't 5 kids stitched together. Who is Molten Freddy, who's in the game and says knock knock, I'm at the door. Like if it wasn't for that, I'd be maybe more open. But in the same game, Molten Freddy says knock knock, I'm here, or something like that.
Knock knock, it's me, I think.
Probably, I could see that.
Oh god,
Or
he
knock,
has
knock,
a couple. Because Funtime Freddy also has a knock knock one as well. Funtime Freddy in Sister Locations Custom Night is like knock knock, anybody home, knock knock, anybody here.
But with how specific that line is, I don't feel like he would have been like, I'm gonna accidentally include that theme with Funtime Freddy into Molten Freddy, and also have this. Like I think it is specific that it's about Molten MCI in some way.
Could it be that the old man is Mike? So if we believe that Mike was somehow helping William in some way during the MCI, his dad comes in, kills the kids. He feels guilty, comes back for his sister in Sister Location, reunites all the kids into Ennard, which would then be the knocking that happens.
What's interesting is he's like a robber and he's worried about him killing children, which is weird to say. Like, why would you give a robber then? Why not say like a murderer or a serial killer? Like, why a robber?
Because like robbers,
which it could
like do kill.
But if they are doing, but their main thing is stealing. But if they want to do stealing imagery, potentially for 2 games, potentially before Sister Location, I think they are, because that's just how like physics and body works. That if Molten MCI exists, there's no way that FNAF 1 could have happened. That in both those games, Mike was tinkering with the animatronics.
Right.
So the idea of like, it's not impossible.
You know, I'm actually gonna do something I haven't done on these before.
And then William comes and steals them away into the bunker. You know.
I'm actually gonna look at the Candy Cadet stories really fast.
And you know what Ennard does? Break into your house.
True. You could also look at it from Fazbear Entertainment, like especially with this whole mimic thing, where they're trying to steal the mimic. If the robber is supposed to represent William also represents Fazbear Entertainment. It all kind of like loops into one another. So calling the person who kills the kids a robber would be Fazbear Entertainment kind of being like, I don't know.
My thought was that it's the idea of taking the suits away. Like, say what happens in FNAF 3 suits and potentially takes them to the bunker.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, I have an idea here. Key story, one key.
And with how Henry's described it, he like set those ghosts back to square one.
Here's what I'm thinking. So you have the key story, right? So this would be basically the melting of the remnant into Ennard if we're going the Michael route. Because of the furnace, 5 keys into 1. Kaiman adopts, it stitches them together. And then we have another story about stitching the 5 things together. However, this one gives us a little more detail of
the kitten one. The kitten one isn't even stitching 5 things together.
No, he stitches the 5 kittens.
No, he feeds a kitten to the snake. He feels bad about it 5 nights later. He kills the snake, opens it up, stitches the body parts back together, and places it with the other cats like it'll be fine. Which as people who have theories that the 5th kid, probably Crying Child, got spring locked, and that's why his body is all messed up, and is put with the other 4 kids. You know, that story's compelling.
Okay, before we get into any of this, I do want to clarify something. A lot of people have the interpretation of this story that all of the kittens died and got fused into one kitten because it was 5 nights, and you know, they were like, oh, the snake must have eaten one every 5 nights. That is actually a very big misunderstanding of how snakes work. Snakes don't eat every day. I think it is like once a week or like once every 2 weeks. So what the 5 nights is just a call to like the title. It's 5 Nights at Freddy's.
Good night, but for us, we're me and Connie for us, me and Connie, when we talked about like, we think Crying Child was spring locked, and then he took out his body to like try to hide it and stuff. Of the idea of, the snake, he knew the snake would eat one of the kittens, knowing one of the kids has to end up in the spring lock suit with the risk of spring locks. The spring locks do go off, and later he feels bad about it, removes the body, All
right, I've got 2 things. So one, depending on the type of snake, you can go from anywhere from several weeks to 4 months without food. So...
Oh yeah, here you go. He put the kitten back into the shoebox. Only one.
Yeah. Also, the imagery of putting the kitten back into a box. Interesting.
But what I wanted to say is, Corey, because you bring this up a lot with Crying Child, I see it very much as an Elizabeth thing, specifically because the snake is red, and you know who's Red? Circus Baby, and he's like, well, some kid is gonna get in this fucking machine, don't know who it is, oh shit, it's mine, and then guess who gets put back together?
True. Yeah, because that was always the thing that stopped me from that, is like they very much specify the snake is red. Which, if it was a Golden Freddy thing, it would have been like the yellow snake, you know? Something like that.
Yeah, it really makes me think of Circus Baby and...
That's interesting.
You know, put her back together.
Mm-hmm. Opening up the snake, killing the snake and opening it.
Was it you guys, or who was it who theorized that the boy could actually be, like, representative of Michael, and, like, he kind of knew his dad was gonna pull something, but he didn't, like, care until it was his sister, and then he was like, oh shit. Like, there was someone who had that theory.
In this case, the kitten story would be first, then Keys, then orphan story. Because if this is like...
in any random order.
Because if this is about the bite of A3, then this would be first. Then this is...
Yeah, but if it's about Elizabeth, it would be probably later.
Yeah, then this is about the mapping of Ennard.
Do the stories have to come in a specific order? It
might help us piece them together if they are all connected.
I mean,
I don't think they are,
but like, are the stories randomized, or does it always play the key first and then the orphan, like at Ketera?
I think they're random.
They're random.
Okay.
It's because I mentioned that the Kindly Old Man story ends with there was a knock at the door, and the one from Ruin ends with the boy opened the door.
Yeah. Like, that's like, if they're connected, then there's a story here that we'd have to figure out what's first, second, third, fourth, so on and so forth. So in
what
that
about the
case,
one where what about the one where the family missed out on the big pizza deal and they all died?
I've thought so hard about that one, I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it.
I think what happened in that story is that the family missed out on a big pizza deal and they all died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. We must continue.
Why so blue? You know I've been true, and now I'll make slippers out of you.
He's such an artist.
So good to see you again, my truest friend. But now your life must end.
That's an interesting one.
Day to come here and say that your face and flesh I must play. What a treat to come here and meet your face as it hits concrete.
God, he's so funny.
I found my guitar, now reach for the stars as I plunge it through your heart.
Yeah. The only thing that is weird is that he refers William as his truest friend, but I think that's just
yeah. Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
If Henry was an option, it would be interesting, but I don't think Henry is an option for the Vengeful Spirit.
Yes, he's like the only one who's not an option, because
true, Charlie.
They say he tried to burn us.
Charlie is also not an option.
Yeah.
Because she's talking to someone. She's not saying, William, look, I don't hate you. Which I've always pointed out as like, if the
Emilys are not vengeful, apparently.
Yeah, which I pointed out was like, if it was random kid number 5, why would Charlie have that opinion of them? But if it's like Mike, who's done a lot of weird stuff and with security guards multiple places, her being like, look, I don't hate you, but just stay out of my way, makes way more sense talking to Mike than like, again, random kid number 5.
So, I'm gonna make you upset. I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way. Golden Freddy is in the way of Puppet getting the Springtrap.
I guess, but like,
and that's why they're.
I think they have Golden Freddy. I think there's a reason they have Golden Freddy next to Springtrap.
Yeah, and another reason for that is because Cassidy is.
The reason is because they're the same animatronic line.
And you know why?
And also like father and son.
So Marionette wants to get to William to basically end it all, but Golden Freddy, Vengeful Spirit, is preventing the Marionette from getting to William to do that. So I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way. It's a conversation between these two.
I think Charlie says other stuff though, like
I'm not afraid of you, not anymore, which could point to all the lines being directed at William.
But again, like I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way. It's very like why would you say that to someone you just killed?
Yeah.
It's confusing. Charlie's confusing.
Yeah, Charlie's confusing.
But sorry, now I'm just imagining that meme of like the soldier defending the child from missiles, but like it's Golden Freddy defending William from Charlie's gun so that he can keep torturing him.
Alright, Mangle voice lines! Which, this one I also find interesting.
Don't be afraid. Soon you will look just like me. Beautiful.
Mangle, I love you.
Now I get to play take apart and put back together. You won't feel a thing.
I'm just gonna pause really here just to yell at anyone in chat who believes this. That is not a reference to I Will Put You Back Together from FNAF 4.
Yeah.
No, it's a reference to Mangle's game at Main Kids Cove.
Yeah, the whole entire
back together attraction.
Yeah, the whole entire gig. So anyone who believes that, you're wrong. Okay, we continue.
I wanted to wait until just the right moment to drop in. It's so much more fun hanging out in here with you. He's here and always watching. The one you shouldn't have killed.
Okay, so this one I always ask people, do we think that the animatronics who say this are aware? Or do we think it's for some reason the Vengeful Spirit talking through them in a very weird way?
Trying to like get like a trying to get like a paranoia setting in.
Yeah.
The difference to that would be Vengeful Spirit and One You Shouldn't Have Killed being two different people, and the Vengeful Spirit is like, look, there's the person you shouldn't have killed. You fucked up there, bud. That one was really dumb for you to do. But also it could be like, clearly they're aware enough, and they might be aware enough to be like, oh yeah, there's this guy who's watching all the time, which, oh, should I bring it up now? Since we're talking about he's here and always watching.
Yeah, let's get it out of the way. Let's get it out of our system.
So I don't know if this, so this doesn't, it's odd in UCN because you have access to the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
However, someone who is always watching and has been there for a while via the cameras would be a security guard.
Oh god. You know, I do want to say this. All the animatronics...
There's something there.
I've noticed this. All the animatronics that mention the one you should not have killed are animatronics in which you can see the Vengeful Spirit's face either in the doorway or the vent. They're either a vent animatronic or a doorway animatronic. So that's something I feel like I should bring up, is that the ones who mentioned seeing
they saw him walking by. They were walking by, getting to him. They're like, "Oh, yo, bro, what's up? It's the one you shouldn't have killed. That's awesome. Hey, man, what's up?" They like, yeah, I was gonna say they like dap each other up and then kill William.
But yeah, I do want to bring that up. Like, all the ones that do bring up the one you shouldn't have killed are ones that quite literally would have seen him because he's seen in the vents and in the doorways of the office.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not the ones you see like Funtime Foxy out over by the cove, or Foxy by the other cove, or Toy Freddy. It's like always the ones that would be able to see him if they just so happen to come to kill you at the right moment. So that's why I question, is this the animatronic or is this the one you shouldn't have killed?
The one you shouldn't have killed is referred to in the third person. So I would say no, unless the Vengeful Spirit and One You Shouldn't Have Killed are two separate characters.
Well, Corey, I'm thinking it could also be like just trying to set some paranoia in. Like, oh, how many people are here? You don't know, bitch.
Yeah, so that's what I see. Like, it's either Vengeful Spirit, One You Shouldn't Have Killed are the same, thus it's just the Vengeful Spirit trying to be a dick to William even more and setting paranoia, or it's the animatronic somehow being semi-aware and being like, yeah, there's something here that
there's a guy here that really doesn't like you.
Which in that case, I have a whole graph noting every animatronic that does that.
Interesting.
So that one I will mention.
Guardian saying Cassidy has some weird gender stuff going on. There's a reason for that. I would say it's not binary because there's no gender because they're not real.
Corey, be nice to people. I will say though, if like say Cassidy is a separate character from the crying child, I do think it's most likely that it's a boy. Like especially at this point now that we have a boy in the movie who, you know, has the same hair color as Vanessa, but like, you know, whatever. It's not like that's important, but like,
bro, it's Casey, dude.
It's not Cassidy from the Silver Eyes.
Yeah. Plus, I do want to say I have met male Cassidys. It is very possible.
Hey, wait a minute. We were just talking about like Bonnie being the Vengeful Spirit. Did we circle back around to Cassidy because she was Bonnie in the Silver Eyes?
Someone did bring that up in the comments.
God.
Which is something that I'm gonna bash my head into the wall about for like 5 years now, as I think about it.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to find where you live.
Oh yeah, well, so I like to bring up, I think it's funny because Connie was looking up like the uses of male Cassidy in the US, specifically Utah. So, fun fact, the first time Cassidy was used for a boy in Utah was 1983.
I think it was for anywhere in America. Because it only came in America in like 1983.
It was specifically 83. And my thought was like,
absolutely did not know. I can guarantee you.
Instead of my thought is Scott knew this, and so character named Cassidy can't possibly be crying child. No. If anything, Scott Googled boy's name C 1983, and Cassidy came up somewhere, and he went, "Yeah, sounds good."
Well, in universe, you can also say William's British. He's like,
yeah, but Cassidy was a boy name in Britain way longer before
I heard this from those Irish neighbors. It's a sick name. We'll use this.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I just really think that Scott just only looks up names on occasion. He's like Capelia. That's got to be like one with like, you know, deep meaning because it's a reference or whatever. For the kids, I don't know. Use Jeremy again.
Also, you know, this is something I also do want to think about. Like, if we do have those like characters that can just turn pure black, like RWQ. In this case, the Vengeful Spirit's face, blonde hair, stuff like that. We also have like the Golden Freddy kid in the movie, blonde hair. If there were to be, for whatever reason, the kid can turn just pure black, then it would make sense for it to be. It could make sense for Andrew there. It could also still make sense for Cassidy as well. As well as like if you saw a completely pure blacked out human, it might be hard to tell if they're a boy or a girl.
It's not though.
So
it's not as blacked out as Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Bonnie is just blacked out and then like white highlights. It's not. It's very specifically in color. It's just really, really saturated out.
Well, yeah, but you kind of get what I'm saying. Like if it was someone completely blacked out,
and just fucked it up.
Plus, we do have Dark Springtrap.
I don't see. Okay, come on.
We do have Dark Springtrap. I'm sorry.
Dark Springtrap is literally just Springtrap post fire.
We do have Dark Springtrap. Okay, let's get into Nightmare. So get prepared to hear someone breathing in your ears for like 51 seconds.
Yay!
You will not be spared. You will not be saved.
Does he have asthma? Okay, pause. This is one that's really interesting. Because what the fuck does that mean?
He comes from the shadows of FNAF 4.
Well, the shadow fears me.
Yeah,
but the shadow, not the shadows. The shadow. That's not like. So is it a reference? So someone says, "I've been living in the shadows," and he also looks just like his dad, who had nightmares about FNAF 4. I think he's referring to Mike.
Yeah, so he lives in the shadows, and well, the shadow, you know, the person in the shadow fears him. I
think it's just a reference to, as well as, you know, the shadow of in the shadow of his father. He has to do what he wants. He looks just like him. There's a lot of, and then it might be a hint similar to the one in, you know, Mike straight out drawing Nightmare Fredbear. It could be Nightmare Freddy, I don't know, or just Nightmare.
Is Nightmare the only character that breathes? I don't think so.
It very I think it is a reference to these were Mike's nightmares. And Nightmare was in Mike's head.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know who else the shadow could refer to other than William himself, but then it would just be you fear me.
Freddy.
I don't see why that would be applicable.
To be. I don't know how it would be applicable, but
which
like
would
he's
be odd
based
because
off
Nightmare is Shadow Freddy. So why would Shadow Freddy fear Shadow Freddy? I think it just makes the most sense if it's referring to Mike.
I think most sense if it's referring to Mike, but yet again, it's just a theory. But I'd say I agree with that. The shadow fears me, and I've been living in the shadows.
That's probably what he's referring to.
I can see that. Plus, with the fact of like people were like, "Oh, did Michael even experience the nightmares?" This could have been a hint to like.
People love to say that, and then you look into the logbook, and he draws out an incredibly highly detailed Nightmare Fredbear. So it's like, no, he went no.
Yeah, like it's like to a T the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
So like, no matter what,
Mike is an amazing artist, by the way.
Oh yeah, dude, if William wasn't such a shitty father, I think he'd be an artist.
Oh, absolutely, dude. He'd be like drawing for their cartoons or whatever. I mean, they're like, hey, do a Freddy's redesigned logo, and he does one that's like pretty good. He could have been their graphic designer.
He'd be a concept artist, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
He'd be a really good concept artist.
Mm-hmm. But because his art like stayed on paper instead of like going physical, his dad was like, no, he's not as cool.
Okay, let's continue.
I think we all know what that means.
That's the other one people always like to bring up. What do we think here? Shadow Freddy is in a form of Way William? Do we think it's something else? What do we think here?
It's odd. Made of flesh is very odd. But he does have a brain in there.
I really hate to say, oh god, I just saw something so morbid. Okay, you know what? I'll get demonetized for this. You can see through Nightmare's body, and if you literally just like had skin and bone, you could quite possibly see through just thin layer of flesh.
Uh-huh.
So I am your wickedness made of flesh. You could see through technically his skin.
Oh, I'm about to say something that I'm about to regret.
Oh god, how morbid are we
there was an animatronic that had a thin layer of weird gray flesh.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And it was Eleanor.
Uh-huh.
Wait, Corey,
are we sure Eleanor is just Nightmare?
Wait!
Oh god.
You know what had a thin layer of gray, fleshy-like substance above the endoskeleton is the Twisted Ones.
Really?
Yeah.
That was the thing, is when the illusion discs are off, they just have like a weird gray like matter over the endoskeletons, kind of somewhat see-through.
Once again saying, are we sure Eleanor isn't just Nightmare?
Or Nightmare, whatever it is now at this point.
Yeah, well, Nightmare, that could just be Nightmare Fredbear without the illusion disc or gas or whatever the fuck they use.
Yeah.
Question.
That could be something to make a theory on.
Yeah, it's just some weird gray fleshy stuff. Knowing William, are we sure it's not just flesh?
Flesh wouldn't turn gray.
I think it was like some form of plastic, but I can't really remember. I just remember that visual, and as soon as you said it and then said Eleanor, I was like, wait a minute. No, that was the Twisted One.
Extensively studied like the human body and stuff through school and stuff. The human body doesn't turn gray. It turns a bluish purple.
You would have mixed, like, it wouldn't be pure flesh. You would have, like, messed with it, clearly.
But if it was just the flesh, that's nearly impossible to flat out change the color, because you essentially have to have a needle so tiny to essentially inject dye into the blood vessels of the skin. Which is, unless Scott's doing some more sci-fi stuff, is flat out impossible for the most part.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just gonna straight up find the bit where.
I wonder if it's a like grayish plastic. It could be like plastic mixed with remnant.
You can
maybe
get like a somewhat gray color in the lips when you die, but like in terms of skin, you really can't.
Well, you mainly turn like green and red and purplish and all that stuff. All that stuff Mike had to go through.
Okay, so the first
Puberty
time I
too.
see it is when I see Twisted Foxy. So I need to find the Twisted Foxy section. Give me a minute.
Well, while kind does that, let's get through these.
Yes.
Which, if Nightmare is death, that makes sense.
True.
Like, I'm here to claim what is left of you.
Yeah.
It is also interesting how, when it comes to the lines that Springtrap uses in AR and Dead by Daylight, a lot of them, I think the most it comes from character-wise, is there are multiple from specifically Nightmare. Meanwhile, other lines are like here and there.
You know, I do want to say, do we think that Nightmare is at least a character that is on his own aware?
Maybe?
Because considering he's even say like, I'm just here to claim what is left of you, and like, I'm your wickedness made of flesh, stuff like that, like, do we think he's just at least one of those characters that's just on his own, like, he's literally just here to just torment William and take what's left of him?
He could be. I mean, the problem is like, okay, what if it is like a bunch of spirits? Who the goddamn is controlling Nightmare?
It would just have to be Death at that point. Like, if he is just flat out Death.
Death showed up and saw this shit going on and was like, ooh, actually, I want in. This looks fun. I know, chess game with Death, something.
Okay, so
something Sisyphus is a yellow rabbit.
So when they see Foxy in Twisted Foxy, it's described as running down the center of its face was a long straight split exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. Maybe it had been encased in it at some point. I swear there's a bit where like another one of the twisted animatronics like breaks down in front of them or something and they just see the plastic over it. I think it might be Twisted Wolf. Give me a sec.
And while you figure that out, we're going to continue listening to Asthma Man.
Okay.
That's weird. If he's just if he does claim William, he's actively just like, yeah, you can go back to die again. That's weird. And then jump scare sound. Okay. Oh god, not this thing.
No, that's fucking.
I bet you weren't.
I love women who suck.
Were ya? Turn your back for 1 second, and I'm like, was you ninja skills?
Bear of Vengeance reference.
Yo.
Ninja skills.
I think part of the reason Bear of Vengeance is so confusing is because it is so under talked about. Meanwhile, Chica's high school years are confusing because people are like, yeah, no, it's just about the kids. When it's like, but that doesn't make sense with the specifics of how that works. And there's more than 5. And there's the kid that starts out. She already starts out with a foxy hook. Guys, help! I can't breathe.
Okay. So it's when they dig up the twisted animatronics, like a chapter or 2 later. She pulls out like Twisted Freddy, and it's the crude metal frame was covered in a layer of gelatinous plastic, giving it an organic appearance, almost embryonic. It's later that they like describe it as gray, and they're like, yeah, this is like the thin material that just covers over the endo. And then when the illusion disc is turned on, you just see what your mind thinks you're gonna see.
So
interesting.
It's essentially a gelatinous plastic.
If it's gray, again, as I was saying, it could be maybe plastic mixed with remnant or just some weird fleshy plastic.
God, is there a gelatinous plastic out there?
Gelatinous plastic is a really that's a band name.
Okay.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking. I'm like, dude, has Nightmare just been? I mean, Nightmare is on the cover of the Twisted Ones.
Yeah, Nightmare is on the cover of the Twisted Ones. I feel like in that case,
Scott's been telling us about these illusions since fucking Twisted Ones. I swear to God.
Okay, there is gelatin plastic.
There is gelatin plastic, so that is a thing.
Hold on, let me look at it like physically.
Saran wrap? I wouldn't consider saran wrap to be gelatinous.
They would have said it was saran wrap then.
What said Fazgoo?
What? Max, I see that comment of Fazgoo. I'm going to 1v1 you. Add me on Discord. We're fighting.
It can be gelatinous, gelatin plastic.
You just need thin, malleable plastic with high elasticity. True.
It wobbles. Is that how they do the double chin effect on Ursula? Or is that fabric?
I think so.
Because that is a really good effect. I do love animatronics.
So then in that case, God, would that mean that essentially Nightmare is just showing us essentially that like gelatinous skin?
Yo,
yeah,
bro, check out my gelatinous skin.
Like, is Nightmare just Nightmare Fredbear with the illusion turned off?
Yeah.
I showed you my gelatinous skin. Please respond.
Oh my God! No one make a meme of that. Anyone makes a meme of that and sends it to me, I'm literally gonna fight you.
Okay, well now you just ask them to do it. They're gonna do it now.
Right now.
You know what? I'm so pissed that you said that. I'm gonna do it.
Okay, you know what? I see any of you in the street, it's on site.
Yeah, good luck. I'm in ankle biting range.
I'm in ankle biting range. Well, joke's on you. I deal with that with my girlfriend every day.
Good for you, bro.
I know how to fight ankle biters. All right.
Okay, I'll just kick you in the groin instead.
Say goodbye
then.
to your asshole.
You and I don't get
They
to
do
talk
use bones
about
for
them as
gelatin.
I'd like.
Oh.
Everyone under.
That could be what that is then.
What?
They use bones for gelatin, like to make it.
Oh, that's morbid to think about. That's a nightmare.
And people were surprised when Phineas and Ferbs turned evil.
My girlfriend just commented, "How dare you?"
Hey, wait, question. How short is she? I bet I'm shorter.
4'11".
I am 1 inch taller. Damn.
Fuck yeah! Woo!
First time it's ever happened in my life. Honestly though, like honestly with how I'm I am like I think exactly 5 feet. That or I'm like 4'11.12 or whatever the final one is. Like it is
a FNAF fan with a girlfriend impossible. I have been with my girlfriend for almost 5 years next month. So 1v1.
You say that as if FNAF YouTubers don't keep having children. Where do you think those are coming from?
Right, Toast.
Falling from the sky.
Hi, Charlie. All right,
hi, Charlie.
We shall continue.
Hi, Tony.
You're like, move over, Freddy Fazbear. Happy Frog is the new star of the show.
God, Secret of the Mimic makes
Mr.
me really
Hippo.
question that voice line. Secret of the Mimic really makes me question that voice line.
You
Which
think
one?
that Happy Frog is gonna be the star of the show? And
No, because like you see literally a mini Happy Frogs in that one image teaser in Secret of the Mimic.
Well, yeah.
Over,
The
Freddy
baby's
Fazbear.
Happy Frogs.
Happy Frog is
The other
new
mediocre
star
melody.
of the
Oh
show.
god, she spawned.
The other mediocre melodies raised her from infancy.
Yeah, that's why she's like that.
Yeah.
Orville and Mr. Hippo are her 2 dads.
Being raised
The other
by
guy was there,
gay
I
old
guess.
men.
Yeah.
aren't there multiple frogs? Is
Yeah,
that
there's like
what,
multiple, but they have the
Do you know how
same.
many siblings
bulb.
frogs tend to have?
Oh yeah, there's a.
Is Happy
bunch.
Frog the only sibling left?
Yes.
Is there going to be lore relevance to what happens
William
to Happy
killed
Frog?
all of them.
You,
That's why she wants to destroy him.
Scott updates UCN with just the tag added content, and people are like playing through the game and just scourging for it. And someone finally finds it, and it's Happy Frog has a new line that says, "I watched my family die." and then immediately the next line. This is not in reference to those kids you killed or anything. I watched my frog family die. It was really sad. That's the line.
I need to find the voice actor and ask him to do that. I need to hire them.
Say something like that, yeah. I watched my family die, not the kids you killed, like my frog family.
Corey,
It was really
literally,
sad.
you are the only bitch in this chat who is going to understand this joke, but we need her to talk about her siblings and be like,
I took a book of 1,000 baby names and I picked all of them except Judas. No one wants to hang out with a guy named Judas.
do you not remember that?
It's from the pond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah, that was that when I was a kid, I was like, yo, frogs have like 900 siblings. That's sick as hell.
Okay, we're not even halfway through. Okay, we need to speed this up.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
Because he killed her family.
Yeah, that's a Vengeful Spirit line.
Yeah, that's a Vengeful Spirit. I'm too lazy to type it all out, so I'm just gonna say has a Vengeful Spirit line.
Yeah, well, I mean, all the Merry Melodies except Mr. Hippo do. He has Scott lines.
Yeah.
So there's Vengeful Spirit lines, and then there's Word of God lines.
And then, again, should we, like, Pigapatch's line that got deleted, I just have a strange feeling that, like, Scott was sitting there, and he's like, so the idea is that William's put into amnesia so that he never remembers that he's in hell and goes through the fear, like, all over again, like in Dead by Daylight. And then he, like, realized that if he said, like, you still think you're a night guard with no other context, we were never going to shut up. We would have never figured that shit out. And he was like,
yeah, people would still think it's Mike.
Yeah.
He's like, I just need to cut that.
Today is all about me.
Girl, you have issues with attention. Was it because you were in the closet and didn't get to be in the Ennard?
Smile.
And then just darkness. All right, next one.
Oh, because she has no jump scare.
Don't you hate getting killed by obscure secondary characters?
Until Secret of the Mimic.
Stranger danger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one thing that I brought up. What
Stranger
was
danger.
it?
Street smarts.
Street smarts.
Oh yeah, so
You ain't taking me to no secondary location. Street smarts. I throw like a wallet on the ground, past Springtrap, and book it.
So I did
I mean,
bring
that might
this
work.
up, and I want to bring this up again on stream because I don't think I've ever mentioned this publicly, so I'm going to. So currently, from Secret of the Mimic, we never see any bear-esque character besides Fredbear, at least from the Migos. We see a pig, we see an alligator, we see a hippo, we see an elephant, we see a frog. We never see like a Ned Bear character. But then as we get to this game, we don't see an alligator character, but we see a bear. Monty hates Freddy. Is it because in the past he got replaced by a bear?
Maybe.
And now he wants to replace the bear as the star of the show. Something that I thought about, but who knows? Maybe there's just a Ned Bear that we haven't seen yet.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I was just waiting for you to drop your guard. Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark. This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
I'm sorry, you gotta need to pause. This is the line I'm obsessed with. Because there is only one way I can see this is how it feels.
Yeah, you guys
Because
are just gonna have to let her go for a second.
William knows how it feels to die. He died from a spring locking, which he himself in the novel trilogy described it as a very incredibly long and painful way to die. It's like you're dying for hours and you know it and you can't scream because the blood is filling your lungs. Like he knows it's a bad way to go. So it's not pain. It's not dying. He knows how to die. He knows what it's like to die. So what would This Is How It Feels refer to? Other than playing UCN and playing as a night guard, defending your office from dying. That's the only thing I can see that meaning of This Is How It Feels to play Five Nights at Freddy's. Play Five Nights at Freddy's now. This is your hell. You now have to play Five Nights at Freddy's forever.
He made Michael play Five Nights at Freddy's his entire life.
Well, he played Michael play Five Nights at Freddy's via the Nightmare animatronic, so when he came out and went into FNAF 2, he was goated at Five Nights at Freddy's and couldn't die.
Okay, anyway, Scrap Baby. I love Scrap Baby.
Time for your controlled shock. Time for your controlled shock. Let's see how many pieces I can cut you into.
Heather
You won't
Masters,
die.
beloved.
But you'll wish you could.
And that's it. Anything really important there to
Interesting
mark
how
down? I don't
little
think so.
lines she has.
I mean, there's the reference line, so I'll write that down.
It is interesting how little lines she has.
Yeah, you would think she'd have more.
I guess. She is kind of a rare one to get jump scared by anyway in certain aspects. The time for your controlled shock does imply that at one point Circus Baby was getting controlled shocked, even if she wasn't by the time of sister location.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Nightmare. I love
Nightmare.
you.
Dude, the goated voice.
Hi, Nightmare.
Everyone say thank you, Alex Lee.
Yeah, that's death.
That's
hell.
Yeah.
I had a dream about, like, being
Connie,
in
that's
hell
not the
last
time.
night.
Connie, now is not the time to talk about your being in hell.
This time, death cannot save you.
Which, if you think about this, is the Vengeful Spirit. To the Vengeful Spirit, William did die.
Yes.
In spring.
Also, just saying, if William
He did die.
If William was still alive and just in a nightmare, I think death would be saving him. Because then the nightmare would end. Hell, however, is a nightmare that will not end.
Yeah.
What is what's interesting is, like, the kids, and if you assume the fifth kid there is the Vengeful Spirit, they leave after he starts dying because it's like, okay, cool, now we're good. It's not like they're fleeing because he's dying now. What would have death saved him from then?
A son trying to track him down.
I was thinking he was like, oh, damn it, now I couldn't. Mike didn't get to do it.
Taxes. Death saves him from taxes.
True.
I mean, God, what?
Nightmare Rion is the tax collector.
Because, I mean, how many times would William quote unquote die? Do you have Follow
One.
Me, FNAF 3, technically, like...
One.
And then
I think it's because
FFPS.
if we try to, like, say it's... I am going to say death of body and not of soul. Because
in terms of
clearly
death
the
of
soul...
body, then it would be that. And in that case... I mean, God, if William...
Death in the very medical sense of death.
Yeah, so in that case... It would have to be if William already has Fazbear Entertainment and all the stuff with it in 1979 Secret of the Mimic stuff, and even before that, like even possibly in the like 70s throughout because of Fredbear's singing show. How old is he by the time of Follow Me?
So, I remember estimating, let's say he is like 20 when he has Mike, first kid.
Mm-hmm.
Which would have been early 70s. So because of that, you just add, so say he's 30. He's in his 30s during the 80s. So in the 90s, he would be in his 40s. In the 90s, he would be in his 40s. If he's in his 30s in the 80s,
yeah,
he would be in 40s or 50s.
Yeah, 40s to 50s, yeah. So, it wouldn't be like he's super old so he could die any minute, so I don't think it'd be that either.
No.
So then,
Also, he's never... Also, unlike Henry, who in both places we've seen him has been incredibly suicidal, William has never seemed to have that implication.
Yeah, so I have no idea what death would have saved William from. Unless
a vengeful little boy who's coming after you because you killed him.
Or a conviction.
Death.
Or a conviction.
Maybe?
Nightmare Rion is a fucking cop.
Let's be real.
The spirit of a cop.
Nightmare Rion is that dog we heard barking. You could hear barking during FNAF 4. Like, you know how you could sometimes hear a dog barking? That's Nightmare Rion. He's got that dog in him. Oh my god! Yeah!
Nightmare Rion is Susie's dog.
Nightmare Rion is Susie's dog.
We just shared a brain cell for a second.
There is a nightmare cupcake that can get you sometimes. That's what the dog barking is. That cupcake really does got that dog in it.
Which I do want to mention this. In the final cutscene, you do hear like kind of flame crackles.
In like the Golden Freddy cutscene?
Yeah, you can hear flame crackles in the background.
Can you? I've never noticed that.
Yeah, so if the nightmare is just beginning, quite literally would be just beginning.
I mean, yeah, that's how dreams work.
So,
dreams can, like, I mean, if they're doing dream or memory logic, because like memories can come, like a whole memory can come back in the blink of an eye, you know. Either way, like, yeah.
So I'm talking like in terms of the real world, this nightmare is literally beginning like right now. Like once William's in that state to be taken over.
I still like the theory that the UCN is happening in the Blob and William Afton escaped it just to do Bird Trap, and the Blob was like, "Get your ass back in here." Because I think it's funny.
Where do you think you're going, Willie?
How did you get out?
A couple of Steam achievements yet.
I need to perfect my run.
I will say that is probably something we should note down, that like he does say like the nightmare is just beginning.
That's interesting. Maybe that's why, I mean, obviously because of, like, spooky game shit, but maybe that's the reason his, calls for help, calling out to Mike and Henry to help him, are slowed down. You know, because time's moving faster. Ugh. Which, again, I think he's referring to people. Okay, so I think this is stating the obvious, but let's.
Yeah, let us
the
taste
Nightmare is dead. Canonically dead.
I hate that.
What?
I hate that. So yeah, Nightmare is just flat out dead. No matter what.
Unless it's Vengeful Spirit talking, which, like, yeah. I mean, again, it's kind of stating the obvious. It's either a ghost or a specific ghost, but...
Or death itself.
Yeah. I don't know why death would want to taste themselves. I mean, I kind of... You know, I want to taste myself. Let's be real. I wonder what I would taste like. Actually, no, I've
Can we get like
blood.
a Corey out of context, like 10-minute episode?
Oh, Dog, if you had Dog, just mic me up during a normal episode of my life, and you'll have like 10 hours of content.
someone's gonna see the first clip.
My older sister once just turned to me and went, "You sure just say shit, huh?"
Like,
yeah.
Like, literally, the first clip of Dual Process Theory, Corey, that someone's gonna get is, who would want to taste something? Let's be honest, I want to taste myself.
but also then followed up by me saying, I've licked my own blood. I know what I taste like. It's irony.
See, this is why I'm in control of her.
I used to lick pennies as a child because I wanted to taste blood again.
You know.
Corey.
What?
Why haven't you watched Yellow Jackets with me, you piece of shit?
Wouldn't this line imply that Nightmare and Nightmare are closely related but different entities?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Can you replay the line? All I was thinking about was the blood and the pennies.
Yeah, my dad would like leave left coins in the theater room, the projector room. And I would just suck on them while watching a movie. Oh, like a lollipop.
Corey, let Nightmare speak.
So, in this case, Nightmare is the wickedness of William made of flesh, and in Nightmare Ion's case, he is the fearful reflection of what William has created. So they're similar entities, but different entities.
Those are kind of different ways to say the same thing, I think.
Yeah, one is fear, the other is terror, yeah. One is fear, one is wickedness.
I mean, I think they're kind of synonyms, those sentences.
I mean, I wouldn't really consider wickedness and fear to be the same.
I mean, not those words specifically, but the way they're, like, stated, it's like, I am your wickedness made of flesh, which, you know, it's the idea, you know, I'm a fearful reflection of what you created. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Did Nightmare just confirm that William built the puppet?
Well, I do want to say this, in the Dislocation office, the security puppet's there.
Hey guys, I think we just settled a debate, because,
Sorry, I've been saying that forever.
I'm not editing that part out of our video. The world has already converged on us to beat me to death rather than post that fucking video.
You know what? I'll do it.
God.
Do you want to edit our video?
No.
Our current editor is having like, well, then there you go.
God.
I'll just edit that one bit for you.
Anyway, yeah, I think Pig Patch saying all like Japanese like idioms, like wisdom idioms. I'm blanking on the word, and then also just saying this first line is extremely funny. I love it.
There's one line I do want to bring up eventually that he says that
Yay!
I'm excited about because it really makes me think every time I hear it.
I consider it a dignified death. Not really. It was actually quite pathetic. If you sit by the river long enough,
this one,
you will see the body of your enemy float by.
Proverb, that's the word. That is like an actual Japanese proverb.
I do want to say the one where it mentions a river and the body of your enemy being is the only one in which he laughs in. So it makes me wonder if there's some importance to that line, and specifically the only form of water we see is OMC's lake.
Well, I'm thinking of in all of Mr. Hippo's stories, him and Orville are sitting at the river.
True.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, they never see a body, but they see fish. There's frozen ducks. A lot of death around there, but not a dead body.
Like, I do want to point this line out that like this is the only line in which he does something that the other lines don't. Which gives it some form of like feeling of importance in a way.
Maybe.
What it is though, I don't know, but it's something to point out.
I can't think of anyone's bodies floating though.
Unless Cassidy drowned inside of a spring lot. Who?
Every day I think about drowning. The short.
Yeah.
And every day I think.
God, that's so obviously about Charlie.
Listen, every day I think, if in the next game, a little black-haired girl walks up and says, "Hi, my name's Cassidy. I'm the fifth missing child of the ghost inside Golden Freddy and the Vengeful Spirit," I'll just be like, okay, guess that's canon. If she continues with, "and also the girl from Drowning," I will call bullshit and eat Scott Cawthon, because Drowning is so obviously supposed to be Charlie. I'm so mad at everyone.
Things don't float by in lakes. Yes, they do.
Ever been to a lake, brother?
Have you ever been outside?
Hey, brother. I don't know if you just accidentally teleported in from the Empress Teresa universe. Ever hear about wind?
Hey, pal.
Here's a concept.
Hey, ever hear about this shit? It's called a wind.
Okay.
I have a concept for what this line means. Old Man Consequence is sitting by the lake, just chilling, fishing, and he's Henry or whatever. He looks up and just sees like the fucking agony from Fazbear Fright. Like, half out of the water.
Like, oh well, guess my kid took care of that. Good for her.
He's like, not my
Good
monkey.
job, sport.
Not my monkeys, not my circus.
Exactly. It kind of is his monkey and his circus and his pizzeria and his ex-boyfriend.
Lakes are tiny. Lakes are not tiny. Have you ever seen the Great Lakes? Those things look like oceans.
Okay, you know what I was gonna say?
Five of them, and you can't see the other end.
I did just realize that me and Connie live in Ohio, and we did get to see Lake Erie before it got too polluted for like any life to be sustained within it. So yeah, that does make
the agony drowned over
like...
there. It was kind of a whole thing.
I live in Wisconsin.
No, it's because Ohio is
peninsula.
built over swamps and there's wetlands for a reason. And if it's not going to the swamps, it goes into the lakes, which pollutes it. That's what's going on.
The agony was also kind of an issue.
Also, the river was on fire at one point. That was fun. I wasn't alive for it yet, but it was probably pretty fun.
It was.
Okay, let's continue.
Even monkeys fall from trees. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down.
Hammered?
The talented hawk hides his claws.
You know, okay, there's a theme with his voice lines I'm noticing.
Oh?
All of them are
they're
essentially...
all Japanese proverbs.
Except for this one.
Yeah.
The rest of them are all about essentially just keep your head down and wait. And what you want will come.
Kinda?
True.
Like, you know, monkeys fall from trees, that's failing. What's this one? Yeah, nail sticks out, gets hammered down. It's like, yeah, just wait. The river, just sit by the river long enough and your enemy will float by. It's all about waiting, and the talented hawk hides his claws. These are all about things of waiting. Until the right moment.
Yeah.
I guess. See, I think the even monkeys fall from trees of him is him just being like, you fucked up.
Yeah, you just fucked up.
You just fucked up, dude. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up.
Like, if anything, he feels like as if it's just the Vengeful Spirit mocking him, like, oh, dignified death in the not really is quite pathetic. You fucked up. And then, like, I've just been waiting for you to die. And now I have my revenge. Like, I feel like it's just the Vengeful Spirit being like, yeah, you're not as smart as you think you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the vibes I get from Pig Patch.
I could see it.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
Charlie, that's you.
I'm
pulling my puppet up to the screen so she knows.
Stay out of my way.
We've already discussed this line.
Yeah, but what would William be in the way of in this case? If it was talking to William.
Setting the one you should not have killed free.
But the one you should not have killed is the one doing this.
True.
Yeah, weird thing to say to someone you just killed. Like, is William sitting on something that she wants? Is he sitting on her music box or something? Like, what?
He's sitting on the chair
sitting
right
on
now.
the FNAF 4 box.
So, like,
the chair in every game. No, it couldn't be.
Like, that's why I feel so strongly about the roster thing I brought up earlier.
I recognize
She said,
you.
"Stay out of my way."
But I'm not
Actually,
afraid
it's
of you.
hold on. It's
Not anymore.
stay out of my way instead of get out of my way, which implies that they're not currently in her way, but could possibly be in her way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll need to stay
Like,
out of my way.
Like, get out of my way is something you say when you push someone.
Yeah,
stay out of my way is something you say to someone preemptively so you don't have to push them.
Then what would the puppet's goal here be?
No idea. I mean, the idea. I mean, there's part of the idea that FNAF World is also going on, and the puppet's managing that, and she's just like, just don't mess with FNAF World, and we're cool.
Someone just said it's William staying on the toilet, and the puppet needs to use the bathroom. Honestly, I mean, I feel like there is a lot of hinting to FNAF World, specifically those Easter eggs. With the White Rabbit, Bounce Pot, and Tangle on the desk.
Which is why people think, like, it's the idea of she setting up something to help set the spirits free, and it's like, you could do whatever you want, just, like, don't mess with my thing, you know?
Yeah. I feel like this
which, again,
is
I don't
line.
hate you, which I don't hate you is so telling to me, because, again, if it's just, like, a other kid that was killed by William, and is just kind of hung out, then it's like, okay, why would she feel the need to say that she doesn't hate them? Meanwhile, a security guard she has literally attacked, it's like, no, I don't hate you. You're good. Just don't fuck with me. Don't touch my shit.
I will say, Corey, the alternative option is her and girl Cassidy, like, literally just went full Yellow Jackets, like, in the back of Freddy's once, just, like, trying to hunt and murder each other.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they started kissing each other, because girls do kiss in Yellow Jackets.
Sure, they can do that too, but, like, can you imagine, like, Henry, like, is like, hey, I wonder how the kids are doing. I left them out back to play by themselves. Like, he opens the door, they've got, like, they've got Pig Patch's head on a stick. They've all got, like, painted faces. They're like trying to strangle each other. He turns around, he's like, Mike, why didn't you stop them? And Mike has his earbuds in, he pulls them out, he's like, what?
Huh? What's going on? But yeah, I think that's another line where, like, if you really look into it, the person that makes the most sense for that line is Mike, because, you know, I think he's the kind of person that she would feel needs that reassurance of, no, I don't hate you, we're good. Yet. Yeah, I don't hate you yet.
You know, if we go under that interpretation, the others are under my protection, like FNAF World, saying it up.
That's
my protection.
Wait, actually, hold on. I need to look
the idea of
that
saying that. Okay, I actually love the interpretation of saying that to the Vengeful Spirit and not William. Because you could easily see her saying that to William of like, yeah, I'm gonna protect the others and kill you instead to keep them safe. Or it's, stay out of my way, the others are under my protection.
Oh, dear God, I hate that I have this graph and it makes somewhat sense.
Show.
Okay, so I have the aware graph up, it's in my server. The only two MCI spirits that are aware via voice lines are Susie and Jeremy through Withered Chica and Withered Bonnie, and then you have Charlie. If you have that happiest day scene, you have the tall Charlie marionette, and then the two animatronics, Susie and Jeremy, left and right. If you were to go with that. And now we shall continue.
Hold on.
Yes.
I must. Here's a concept. With I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way. Is Michael had all the ghosts together, and he was like, "Okay, guys, come on, let's go torture my dad." They all, or whoever you believe the Vengeful Spirit to be, they were like, "Come on, let's go torture William Afton." And he's just keeping them all there, and they're like, "Hey, can we go?" And he's like, "No." And then Charlie shows up to pick them up, and is like, "No, we're going to FNAF World, and you can't stop us, idiot."
She's the designated driver.
She's the designated driver. She's like, "Come on, Jeremy, stop talking about being in
she's the
hell.
designated driver, and she's like 7. Oh yeah, if Charlie is speaking to Mike or Cassidy, why would she say, "I'm not afraid of you," unless they bullied her before she was killed? That one I would think would be to William, because, you know, "I'm not afraid of you, not anymore," you know. That one I would think would be to William. But if it's not, I mean, Mike bullied the shit out of his younger brother, man. Like,
wait, if
she would have reason to be scared of Mike.
Oh dear God, you want to know something that's really messed up? So you know how FNAF World is shaped like a brain? If FNAF World is happening during this, that's not Cry Child's brain, that's William's.
Yeah.
Potentially? I did look at the map, and it's I could kind of see it, but if it was meant to look like a brain, then he did a bad job, but because, like, there's specific lobes and stuff, and, like, there's nothing, like, I can kind of see it, but in the way where, yeah, if Scott meant to do that, he did a bad job of it. Sorry, man. Sorry, brother.
Oh God, I'm going to be looking at a diagram of a brain later, because I just had an idea, but I'm not going to share it on stream. And yeah, jump scare.
And it's just a jump scare, yeah.
Okay, we know what DDs are.
Yeah, I've reminded of it every day ever since I showed UCN to Connie, and now I can never live without it.
We'll be making music together for a long, long time.
This one I always use as evidence that Music Man is in some way aware of his situation, which is really weird to me.
Okay, but that's the question though. Who's controlling Music Man?
That's what bothers me.
Edwin.
As much as I hate to say it, Edwin.
But, I mean, I could fully see why he says that. Like, what do you mean that he's aware? Like, just because it's not like, oh, I told you. It's instead of like, this is gonna go on for a while.
Yeah, it's gonna go on for a very long time, even though I just killed you.
Or he kills really slowly.
Yeah, or he's just
really
really bad at it.
What's not probably more relevant at all, but like kind of bothers me about this voice line is he speaks, but his lines go beyond the music that's playing.
Mm-hmm.
It probably not lore relevant at all. It's just something that's like, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
Okay, here's the thing. I found the solution. With Susie's dog, right? A good scientist animal test. Music Man is just controlled by some spider. There's just an actual spider in there. A spider crawled into Music Man and died and haunted Music Man. That's what happened.
The thing is, I hate that Music Man is a spider. I hate it. I have monstrous arachnophobia, and if I ever see that thing in real life, I'm squaring up.
Oh, true. I mean, I used to have it. I used to have it really, really bad. Like if I saw a picture of a spider, I would have nightmares for like 3 days. It was bad. I did some like not touching. I haven't got to the point of touching one, but I have done like I did do like some part of exposure therapy and just getting more and more. And now, really, what freaks me out is like wolf spiders.
Oh dear! Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But like a lot of small spiders and just general spiders, I can grab a cup and paper and take it outside.
Yeah, it's like
and I'll
smaller spiders and stuff like that I'm alright with, but like the big ones
I would
me.
say that, except I'm totally fine with tarantulas.
I'm not fine with tarantulas.
For me, tarantulas are a size that I can gather. Like wolf spiders are just small enough to be threatening because it can go anywhere. Meanwhile, tarantulas, it's like I'll know where that thing is.
I can see the fangs on a tarantula. I don't need that.
Dude, what's even worse is, have you seen how fast some of those tarantulas are, man? Hell no!
They're terrifying. Raven, you played Help Out of 2, right?
It's like, I can see that thing in the corner of my room, but it's about to be in my corner of the room in T-minus 3 milliseconds. Like, no, I don't.
You are not viable prey to tarantulas or any spider.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do not fuck with tarantulas. Hell no.
This is how you avoid. Look. This is how you avoid any spider, including a tarantula. Spiders see the world in light and shadow. They don't see like colors. Like they see shadow and light. Which means if a spider is ever running towards you, it is because it sees your shadow and goes, "Oh, a place to hide from the human near me," because it's stupid, and goes at your shadow instead. So if you're trying to get away from a spider, get somewhere where there is a better viable place for it to go into the shadow. Where it's not yours.
Okay, so basically go to where there's a lot of light, so the sun.
No, because then it'll just be your shadow.
Well, no, I'll just be dead.
Like a rock
you need
or something.
to narrow down the shadow. You need to expand the field of shadows.
Yeah.
But then they're going to be hiding in all the shadows.
Yeah, and that's even worse.
Every shadow is danger at that point.
Yeah, that's even worse.
But it's not danger. Even like the worst spider might just go to a hospital and you'll be fine. It's not venom that's meant for you.
Australia that can fucking kill you.
Yeah, but I'm never going to Australia, so it's fine.
Dude, the only reason I'm even going to like the southern part of America is just to see people. I'm not going there for any other reason. I don't fuck with tarantulas, man. I'm staying up north. You're not gonna catch me out of Wisconsin.
Anyway, yeah, Music Man is a spider who died, crawled into Music Man and died, and is now haunting him.
Sweet sound of your eternal silence.
But then that makes it feel like he's not aware because he thinks he's dead.
It's a spider. He's just very aware.
He's a really smart spider.
Really smart spider.
Hey, keep it down, would ya? When I'm here, you play by my rules.
That's how I feel when I encounter a spider. When I see a big ass spider, that's how I feel. This is no longer my room. This is the spider's room now.
Raven, you played Help Wanted 2 in VR, right?
Yes.
How did you feel about the Music Man part? With the giant Music Man sitting in front of you?
I thought it was cool because at least he's not an actual spider face. If he was an actual spider face, fuck that.
I raise you Lucas the spider.
Okay, Lucas the spider, I'm chill. I'm chill with small spiders, like jumping spiders. Like, I'm chill with that, Daddy
Well,
Long
Lucas
Legs.
the spider was what started my, like, exposure therapy to spiders, because it was a realistic, because he's a realistic spider, but he's, like, still cute.
Yeah.
And, like, so it really helped me get there, like, and get better about spiders.
Just get a gun and shoot the thing. Well, here's the problem. We only have, like, a hunting rifle and a shotgun. So if I shoot a spider with those, I'm missing my wall.
You have guns in general?
Okay, I need to get, like, one of
Just
those,
have a
like,
dog.
air
We're
guns.
American. We're American court.
Yeah,
Like-
and we're still Southern Italian. We don't have guns.
Like, you know those air guns that they have for specifically killing bugs? I need one of those.
Oh, well, actually, what you need. So here's the thing, right? Is there's a lot of stuff in nature that bugs are, like, it's poisonous to them, so those plants and smells, get them away. If you really don't want spiders somewhere, peppermint. They fucking hate it. Get some peppermint oil, spritz it around the area, they'll leave. They'll straight up go away, because peppermint's poisonous to them, and if they smell it, they'll, like, fuck off immediately.
Understood, I'm doing that literally tonight.
Yup. Or just start
My house is gonna look like a
just start
candy
growing
cane.
peppermint, like, at a windowsill or something. You won't have spiders at that windowsill.
I'm going to live inside of a giant candy cane.
And now I sing it.
That would be, like, real peppermint, though, you know. Not some, like, fakey stuff. Hi, Circus Baby.
Looks like something bad happened.
I love her saying that in the hallway. It really looks like she was telling her dad that she pooped in her diaper.
The 3-year-old kid going to tell their mom that they threw up.
Elizabeth's voice, it looks like something bad happened, and William looks down and he's like, oh dear lord.
Dad, I threw up.
Dad, I threw up! Dad, something bad happened! I threw up!
So I Mr. Hugs there.
Yeah.
I guess you forgot about me.
Damn right I did.
Girl, so many
I tried
issues.
to.
Oh, she has so many abandonment issues. Dude, Elizabeth, please go to a therapist about your
I
abandonment
don't think there's anything
issues.
important about Toy
I mean,
Freddy
well, we
either.
need to get her away from the
That
guy
day
constantly
was
abandoning her
totally
first.
rigged.
Yeah.
That's what you get for leaving me hanging. It's not my fault. I have these fat plastic fingers and can't press the buttons.
Smike,
He's
where
such
are
a
you?
king.
Where's Smike?
Mike. Mike, get him
Mr.
an
Hug
accessible
got
controller.
me again. If I get jump scared, you get jump scared.
You know, if you think about it, Toy Freddy's playing a game against a vacuum cleaner. Does he just hate cleaning?
He is the only
But
gamer.
Toy Freddy is haunted by another animal test. Toy Freddy is haunted by a dog.
Five Nights with
Vacuum
Mr.
square
Hugs
pen.
is just the alternate universe of if Murray-Co took over Fazbear instead.
God.
I really need to say
Everyone-
this. Scott, can we please get a Five Nights with Mr. Hug spin-off game just for
Dude,
the
he
shits and
keeps
giggles?
doing troll games. He keeps doing troll games, and none of them are Five Nights with Mr.
Like,
Hug.
how hard could it be?
How hard could it possibly be?
Can we start like a hashtag Five Nights with Mr. Hugs on Twitter right now?
And I don't want that, and I don't want it made from anyone else other than Scott Cawthon himself.
Yeah, I want it from Scott Cawthon.
Stop spending time with your wife and sons and make me Five Nights at Mr. Hugs right now. I need it on my
right
desk
now.
by
I-
next
Five Nights
Sunday.
at Mr. Hugs.
There literally needs to be no lore. Just give us Five Nights with Mr. Hugs.
It's
the
just
same
Mr. Hugs.
game, but it's
Listen,
Mr.
I don't want the other trash in the gang in there. Make it like FNAF 3. It's just Mr. Hugs.
Okay, and the phone calls are literally just a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah! okay, but each night, different type of vacuum cleaner.
Yeah,
so you
like-
tell which type it is. People suck.
You go on Tumblr and find like those autistic people who are really into vacuums, and you're like, "Hey, which vacuum cleaner is this? Here's the noise," and they identify it in 5 seconds flat.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to the number one crate being a girl. Feminism will win.
Everyone creates a girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a female voice. I believe
That's a
someone
woman.
also refers to her as she at some point, but I don't remember when.
We love
Listen,
women.
I can't tell that it's a girl voice whenever it's just going like this the entire time.
Hey, over here. I can smell your nuts.
Hey, yo!
Yeah, if she said that, she would be a much better distraction.
Dude, imagine
I'd be scared of
nah,
Mr.
bro.
Hugs.
Imagine if JJ could kill you and that was her voice line.
Well, hold on. What's JJ's voice sound like again?
I don't think she has one.
Boo.
She does not have one.
Boo.
Boo.
Also, I don't think has an official render.
She does. It's just the top of her head. Look at the top of her head.
Can we see her full body? Like, just please for me.
Now we are together. Let me show you how to break your face and look like me.
What? How are those two things connected?
It might be look like me, and the subtitles are wrong.
We know what I am the first I've seen everything
Yeah,
means.
still gotta write it down regardless.
Yeah.
Okay, I did manage to find in Funko Fusion, which may or may not be canon. I think Scott still had to approve stuff. One of the child's drawings you can find is one of the parts and service, like one of the back rooms of Freddy's. I think it's parts and service specifically, but it's a blonde child on the floor crying next to the cupcake, and Spring Bonnie is in the doorway. So what I took that to imply is that William did indeed take her to her dog, and he was like, "Here, he's in the cupcake," and she's like, "What?" And then he just started killing her.
That's just morbid.
Hold on. Funny/morbid idea. He showed her that because he was like, "No, it's cool. Your dog lives forever now," and she freaked the fuck out, and that's why he killed her. Because she started freaking out.
Yeah, ungrateful.
That wasn't even
ungrateful little shit. Yeah, like your dog is Sunkissed now. He lives forever.
Sunkissed lives forever.
I made an immortal dog.
I made the dog.
But she's like 6, so she starts freaking out anyway. And he's like, "This ungrateful little shit. Now I have to kill you so that you don't draw a ruckus."
We have noise ordinances here.
Yeah.
I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed.
Another one where in the vent animatronic has seen the one you shouldn't have killed.
It's about.
See, for me, I always
Mangle.
I love when I hear that. I love thinking about FNAF 1 with Chica's little stupid stare through the security office window, like staring at you, like, "Hey, buddy, I see you."
Hey, man.
Meanwhile, Bonnie just refuses to leave.
Bonnie's still at the door, just staring.
Yeah,
Jeremy's like,
Bonnie starts scratching at the door like a dog. I know Foxy does that. Foxy literally
Corey,
does that.
Corey, what Jeremy does is he stands outside the door and screams, just like your cat. But
yeah.
Because he's in an animatronic, we can't hear the screams. We just hear a muffled, like, little...
And we hear the, like, those fucking noises that Bonnie makes.
And then Gabriel comes up and is like, "Jeremy, can you take a break?"
Genuinely, the noises Bonnie makes are incredibly haunting and really good horror, but funnily, they do sound like someone trying to take a poo, but quietly. Like, if I was in a school bathroom and I heard that next to me, I wouldn't question it, you know?
What did you think of my act? I don't get out much, so you'll have to forgive my enthusiasm. I hope you enjoyed the grand finale. Now is my time to shine.
Something about the two old men that sit together. One is purple with yellow accents, and one is orange with purple accents.
But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
And that's another reference to this probably taking place right as the fire is happening.
Could see it. Make him live through like 1,000 years. Make him live through. Make him live through 1,000 years of torture. Well, it's just like, I mean, it will end eventually when the fire ends, but we're not there yet. Give it a minute.
I'll just make sure there's no other ones, but there might be. No, okay, so I need to remember this long-ass one.
I will hold you. That happened.
You know they have all the
Charlie
UCNs on
and Henry are out of the picture for Vengeful Spirit, Have we just considered it might be Sammy?
Oh, don't. Connie's in the next room. I'm gonna walk over and strangle you. I'll do it with my hands and my feet. I'll be real committed. No, I think I want to do violence instead.
Issue. He tried to release us, but I'm not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, okay, I know what the rest is. Is I will hold you here, I will keep you here? Or is it the other way around?
I will hold you.
Yeah. Whatever. Alright.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all there is for you.
Let's go, Chica!
That's right! And don't you come back now, you hear?
If you think about it, I always come back, don't you come back now?
And stay out.
Teach you for trying to trick this old bird. Thought you could fool me with that sign, but I was too smart for you. I may not like wet floors, but the smell of fresh meat is just too enticing. Whoops, looks like you're the one that slipped up this time.
And nothing there.
Come closer. Help me count my teeth.
66, by the way.
Go look outside.
Oh, I didn't remember how he sounded.
You're not so big. Just a bite-sized morsel.
William is short.
William not 7'6" or however tall Springtrap is in Dead by Daylight confirmed.
Here for both of us.
Okay, Corey, you missed the. You knew I'd get you eventually.
Yeah, again. Okay, pause. You knew I'd get you eventually. I'm going to come find you. Those are synonyms of the same sentence. What just... Yeah, I said I was gonna come find you when I did. Bitch. Like, come on.
Oh god, I hate that. Is that how Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon to FNAF 4?
Huh?
Is that how Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon to FNAF 4? It's because he's Michael about to find Sping Tap?
Sping Tap?
I hate everything.
Yeah, Nightmare Balloon Boy is interesting. And all of the Halloween stuff have odd canonicity, but Nightmare Own just seems to be a thing. Hi, Ballora.
Ballora.
I could hear you breathing.
Okay.
Admit it. You wanted to let me in.
God,
Mrs. Afton?
William is so horny.
Mrs. Afton?
I was hoping that was going to be how you ended that sentence.
I was like, I know exactly where this is going.
Predictable.
I was like, I know, Corey, I know exactly where this is going.
Sex joke funny. Haha, Pimpus.
Why do you hide inside these walls?
Yeah, that's one that always weirded me out, because...
It's from her song, and she wrote, the Michaela Voss wrote the song, right?
I think so.
Don't be shy. These are strange circumstances that have brought us together.
That's one that I use to say that Ballora is also aware.
True. That's fair.
Potentially.
He is like, these are weird circumstances that have brought us together.
Also, Anne-Marie, who says, I mean, rabbits are notorious for that. Yes. Why Ballora got sharp teeth? Is she stupid? Yeah, she has. She needs to. Come on, you need to file down your teeth once a day. That's what people do in the bathroom, right? They put a file in their mouth, so it's a file down their teeth so that they're not sharp.
Like Joel, look outside.
You hurt me. You all hurt me.
It will all be over soon.
Lefty, my best friend.
Hi, just a different version of Charlie's voice.
Room for one more.
Haha, reference.
Because there's DCI in there.
God. That are a bunch of mini arenas, which would also be really funny. She's just like, I'm taking
Charlie
these.
just picked up the mini arenas on her way out.
You know how
like, yeah,
messed
I'm
up it would have
taking
been if they put a mini arena in the room that Lefty's in as an Easter egg?
God.
Yeah,
room
dude,
for
I
one
just
more
love the
came
idea
out.
of Lefty opening, like, Lefty opens her chest cavity and you think you're gonna see the puppet, but just like 20 mini arenas fall out onto the floor.
Oh my, I'd
She's
be
like,
so
yeah, I've just been
angry.
collecting them. She'd be like,
It's
yeah,
like
I've just been collecting them and like keeping them in here. I think they're funny.
It's like the part of the horror. It's like the part of the horror movie where like they'll open their mouth and like hundreds of spiders just start crawling out. Except it's the mini arenas.
Well, they're not crawling out. They all just like fall out. Like when you open when you open a drawer that's like too filled, like you open it up and everything comes crashing out. That's what happens with the mini arenas. They just fall into the floor.
Come spend eternity inside with me. Shh. I've been looking for you, and now I will never let you go.
Interesting thing for Charlie to say when she also says, "Get the fuck out of my way." So that's why I think that's probably a Vengeful Spirit line.
Yeah,
I will never let you go, but don't get the fuck out of my way.
Again, also, I've been looking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird line. I'll write that one down as something to note.
Like 5 minutes ago, I was like, yeah, I'm going to come find you and beat your ass. That's how that call ended, right? I wouldn't mind self-shipping with number 1 crate, to be honest. More people should self-ship with number 1 crate, I think. That's a really good thing. Can we get that going? Can we get that trending, gang?
Let you go. Shh. I'm so glad that I found you. Let me make room for you.
Now this almost makes me just want to wonder, like, in this case, is this even like marionette Lefty, or is this just Vengeful Spirit Lefty? Because one thing I do want to mention,
with a sock puppet that looks like Lefty.
One thing I also want to mention, the Lefty poster is slightly covered up by like that Rockstar Fredbearish looking poster in the office of FFPS. That just weirds me out. And yeah, loud noise. Alright, time to go looking for booty.
Let's go!
Booty! Yippee!
Never underestimate the cunning of a pirate. Or a fox, for that matter. Arrgh, you never stood a chance. Arrgh, I came for ye booty. That be treasure, you know. I can't run like I used to, but I can pull myself apart just fine. Arrgh, so much more spacious in here. I may stay a while.
I don't know, those lines are, like, the last two kind of weirded me out a little bit, but... yeah, whatever. Back with Chica.
Really happened here, or is it just me?
Haha.
Burn with me.
Puns. Character.
The fire within me burns eternal, and now you shall as well.
Queen. Also, that's a very hell thing to say.
Yeah.
Burning eternally is very much like so fun fact, the Bible does not actually make any reference to hell being like specifically flame oriented.
The most we get is the lake of fire, which is like, oh, the Satan dragon will get thrown into the lake of fire and be sent to hell. So I think that's the closest.
Yeah, but so like that came more from like cultural osmosis, but even then with most popular culture being like, yeah, hell equals fire, burning eternally is very much...
What's really funny is that cultural osmosis wasn't even Dante's Inferno, because like only the first ring of hell is on fire. That the deeper you get, the colder it gets, and the last ring of hell is just like people completely frozen, including Satan. So hell has frozen over. It did in Dante's Inferno.
It's also weird that Chica, like, it tells us what she is in similar fashion to Nightmarion.
Yeah.
Of your misdeeds. Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
Another, door animatronic. Greetings. And loud noise. We're almost there!
I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
And yep, right off the bat.
Nope. The Nightmares really like to talk shit. Interesting how a lot of mentions of the one you should not have killed are from the Nightmares.
Yeah, that is weird.
There's something I want to say about it, but Connie will get mad at me.
Corey, you need to let other people speak.
Does it sound like other people are speaking?
Are you holding the magic conch? No? Okay, then let them speak.
The magic.
It's almost like the Nightmares, where the Nightmares of a specific person.
I have always been hiding in your shadow.
Oh yeah, pause. Hey, you know how I was just talking about the shadow thing from earlier?
Yeah.
How the shadow fears me? Yeah. And how he literally says, I've been living in shadows. Yep.
And then I've always been hiding in your shadow, yeah.
What a gift to relish. A victim that can't perish.
Aware of the
Why
situation.
did he rhyme there? Why did he rhyme there and nowhere else?
Yeah.
Funzy.
Why did he start rhyming? Like, bro's a poet now. What happened?
He's trying slam poetry for the first time.
God, I forget the first line already.
A gift.
Okay.
Also, don't all the other nightmares kind of say things that imply that they're not real?
Yeah.
In some way. And this one is the first line was specifically saying that he was in fact made, not like some sort of.
Yeah, I'm remade. Yeah, I'm remade, but not by you, but by the one you shouldn't have killed.
To relish. A victim that can't perish. I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
We have that flesh thing again, by the way.
Yeah, are these guys made? Are these guys made of flesh? Where's the flesh coming from? Hello?
All right, last one, Toy Chica.
You mean William Afton?
You won't get tired of dying, will you?
FNAF World reference. More FNAF World kinda happening at the same time, maybe.
You gotta, if you really want a FNAF World reference, you gotta keep playing the video.
Where's my beak? Lodged in your forehead.
My forehead, of course.
Do we write this down as an important line? Because some people see it as important.
Yes, I think it means she did the bite of 87.
She did not do the bite of 87. She did bite.
The reason it was such a big thing is because the beak got lodged in his head because the beak fell off easily and they had to remove it.
That's not a bite. That's just a stabbing of a beak. It's like the one Markiplier line when he got jump scared from Nightmare Street. All I saw was a beak thrusting at me from the darkness.
You know, some people are into that Markiplier.
Hey, what? Okay, anyways.
Not me, but they're people. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about literally anything, though. Someone's into it.
Vesper, that is a crazy thing to say.
His first FNAF playthrough, I swear it's like video like 3 or 4. He is like, so I've been informed her name is Chica, and apparently y'all are already being like weirdos online about it.
Absolutely.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you? Let's go somewhere more private, so I can eat you.
Okay, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah, there's also eating people, which, you know, the Bite of 83 is
Andrew
referenced
Pizza?
as Fredbear eating people.
Andrew Pizza.
Andrew Pizza.
No.
Andrew Pizza.
Okay, listen. I'd be more inclined to believe Andrew Pizza if Pizza Kit hadn't been a pussy about cannibalism. She should have actually eaten her friend.
I'm saying what I said specifically, after reading Pizza Kit to Corey, and we probably have it in text form somewhere, is I have seen Yellow Jackets. If you want to do cannibalism as a metaphor for toxic female relationships, you can go way harder than this. I seen Yellow Jackets. I know what they can do.
Okay. We now look in the offices. We are finally away.
Yay.
From the voice lines after 3 hours of streaming. Okay. Alright. There isn't really anything too much of importance in here. It's just an amalgamation of everything.
I mean, I'm sure we will look and find, like, there's a sign that reads, Fritz is the Vengeful Spirit.
Mm-hmm. There's clown drawings.
I mean, yeah, but they're nothing new.
It's written on it. There's, like, something written.
Oh, it's the same poster. It's in the alleyway. This is an alleyway poster. This is an alleyway poster.
Okay.
FNAF 1 poster, sister location, FNAF 2 posters. Yeah, box. FNAF 4, FNAF 3, FNAF 1, monitors from different games. I believe that's the FNAF 1 desk. FNAF 3 Freddy, FNAF 2.
It's Scott being like, alright, gang, what assets do I still have?
Yup. You have the pads from sister location.
Can't type on, like, I know people would have found out by now, but you can't type on those in UCN, right?
Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah, I figured, because I feel like people would have tried that.
Egg baby!
So yeah, this is one that I always find interesting. You have Egg Baby and Security Puppet in a sister location themed office. And you also still have the puppet poster here, by the way, but the clown one is gone.
Do we not have do we have a FNAF 6 specific office? Because if not, they might have just been like, hey, we need to shove these somewhere.
No, we don't have a FNAF 6 office. But it's a fact
that we need to shove these somewhere, but also Egg Baby has all the blueprints and Security Puppet has the faceplates.
Yeah, and then you also have the puppet here. Like, I feel like it's very much saying Security Puppet is from the sister location.
Yes, well, Security Puppet also has Charlie, who is like a thematic foil too.
Yeah, so like I feel like that's something to say. Like, odds are the Security Puppet at the very least and Egg Baby came from the sister location bunker.
Fun time puppet,
or designed by William, because William has a very specific design leaning.
Yeah, so like I feel like that's something to note.
Which again, Nightmare own.
Fearful reflection line.
Yeah.
Chat seems to be freaking out about who the one you should not have killed is right now.
Hey guys, we don't need to argue about this. We all know that it's Sammy.
No.
I think I saw Faz Ed say it was Bite Victim earlier, and I thought that was insane.
Let's be real. The Vengeful Spirit is Matt, not Pat. You know which Matt I'm talking about.
The Vengeful Spirit is
the toe jam that got stuck in Scott's foot once.
David, who got hit by William's car.
Oh, wait, this is weird.
What's weird?
You have the 3 heads which are normally there in this location, but then you have an extra one by itself over here, which isn't
I think they have separated heads, I think.
You see, this is actually a metaphor for Vanessa being the secret 4th Afton kid.
Oh, shut up.
Oh my god.
I
Not
will
Williams.
fight you.
Or maybe,
Let's be real, she's not Wills.
Or maybe, Scott just needed something to put in the corner.
Also, Funtime Freddy has, like, the possessed eyes, which could have been a reference to Molten MCI.
Or just... It looks cool.
Spooky. I mean, by that logic, the security puppet sitting directly next to it is also possessed.
That's yellow eyes, not white.
Is that on my screen? I can't freaking tell.
Hi, Circus Baby.
Okay, wait, which one? What are we looking at?
Yellow.
Wow, there is a difference.
And white. They're different colors.
I love that pizza light, by the way.
I stand corrected.
I want this pizza light so badly. Scott, make this thing a fucking
I think
thing.
every FNAF tuber wants that pizza light for a backdrop, let's be real.
I would put that on my Christmas tree.
Like this instead of the star.
So
yeah,
that's why I'm like, yeah, the 4th closet, Freddy. But like at the same time, why put it here? Like, why just have it be a Funtime Freddy head then?
Because he entered mask went in the other room.
These are used assets.
He looks like he's going,
So like, the Funtime Freddy head is the other thing to note here. A FNAF 6 theme? It does have a FNAF 6 theme because of the wall, actually. Yeah, good point out there, Max.
So it's like a mix, kinda.
Because, yeah, the wall is... Yeah, FNAF 6, and you have this FNAF 6 poster, but the rest is just sister location, except for these 2 things. So it seems to be a mix.
That are also FNAF 6, yeah. I'm interested in the control panel, because is that in sister location, or is that just like... Yeah, it looks familiar, but not sure...
Yeah, it's in Circus Baby's area.
That's what it was. Why does she need that many levers and stuff? She's not doing that much.
Pull the lever, Krunk.
Lever.
Why do we even have that lever?
Alright, I think that's all there is with you, so... FNAF 3, let's see what's important with you, my friend. So, yeah, you have the rare images,
Chica!
which... The rare images almost kind of imply that those actually did happen and weren't Easter eggs.
Which rare images?
William pulling his mask off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there was definitely a point after getting Springlock where he was like, "Get this thing off of me," and then he was like, "Oh crap, I can't."
Yeah. Otherwise, there isn't really
Where do you
much.
think that... Hey, question, where's the hand crank?
I always assumed it would be like back of the neck or like.
I always felt like it would be in the
somewhere around
back because
spine.
like they was isn't it implied or like said that like yeah you need someone else to save you or you're screwed.
No, you're springed.
So I didn't hear what you said. If you
It
said
took me a
anything.
minute to get that.
How?
But yeah, no. There isn't really much here other than like the rare screens being here.
This one is very specifically FNAF 3. Like I don't see anything pulled from anywhere else.
Yeah, no.
And then the arcade games just have images on them. Looks like.
Well, these are also FNAF 3 arcades.
I mean, yeah, I figured.
So like, yeah, this is just FNAF 3 The Office. So like, there isn't much. I'll mark down that like, yeah, these are here, so it implies they did happen.
What gets put behind the big window?
It's a spring trap staring through the window.
Just at all times?
Yeah. So it's almost like a reflection, essentially.
I hired this rabbit to stare at you.
Of William trying to escape a spring trap. Who are in the office flying. They did actually happen. And yeah, the last one's the FNAF 4 office. Who's ready for 14 Theory again?
Woo!
Because we have
14
14
Theory Part
stars.
3. Oh, that's fun.
So yeah, the vent is still there.
Hey, guys.
Yes?
Where'd the phone go?
The phone is gone. You know why? Because he's phone guy now.
He's the 50th slot.
Yeah, he's
Holy
50th slot.
Shit.
Does that mean that phone guy?
Oh, I see. The phone toy that was Crying Child's favorite grew up to be Ralph.
Yeah.
Precisely.
But yeah, no, with this, there isn't much. I mean, there's the 14 stars, which isn't there in normal FNAF 4. You have the vent that is still there, because that vent would be over here in FNAF 4. Otherwise, yeah.
Sorry.
That's about it.
I mean, it's FNAF 4.
Yeah, it's just FNAF 4.
Are those still the Scott pictures?
Yeah, those are still Scott pictures.
Awesome.
I will mark the 14 stars though, because that is not there in FNAF 4.
It is odd that the phone is missing. I mean, some other toys are, but like the phone was Crying Child's favorite.
Yeah, so I'll also mark that down too.
Only one that's missing.
Yeah, that's the only one that's missing. The rest are there. So
they gave it to the Crying Child's ghost so he can play with it while they're torturing his dad, like in the waiting room. Yeah, they were like, "Here you go, kid. We're gonna go torment your dad. Have fun with this." And he was like, "Oh, yippee!" Started making fake calls.
Okay. Yeah, Death Coins is the next thing we're moving on to. Toy Freddy, nothing there. So let's just... there's one character's voice lines we forgot to look at. Fredbear's.
Probably important.
Marionette, nothing. Rockstar Bonnie, and don't worry, we'll get the Golden Freddy's. That's section. Let's get to Fredbear's really quick before we forget about it. Computer.
Uh-oh. It doesn't want to.
Okay. Yeah, that's right for you.
There's Fantasy and Phone where I came from is so like Fredbear's was better.
Yeah.
And then you messed it up. That's really making fun of him because what Henry did was cool.
Corey, here's a concept for Cassidy Afton. Let's find a suit that's right for you, was what William said after he realized he could put kids in suits.
Oh my god. You're a genius.
Like, I feel like this is an important line here, though. Like, I feel like this is important. Honestly, if this were to be all voice lines, like, that he's throwing in his face, there's more fantasy and fun where I came from. Spring Bonnie is, like, not a thing at this point, but he comes out, he's like, yeah, no, there's more fantasy and fun where I came from. Follow me. Mm-hmm. And then, to another kid, let's find a suit that's right for you.
Why does that sound familiar?
And then yeah, there's laughter. So like
interesting that all of the lines have like 2 different variants that aren't even like different takes, it's like different effects.
Oh no, this is just an edited version so you can hear it better.
Oh, okay.
So it makes you kind of wonder, like, your Death Coin going for it, you get Fredbear, and he says these things that just doesn't make sense for Fredbear or even the Vengeful Spirit to say.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder, is this the Vengeful Spirit throwing things back at William that William has said?
I mean, again, as Connie was just saying, let's finish it what's that's right for you. Do you think this is good?
And then, you know, like, just more fancy and fun where I came from, like, when would he ever say that? Unless William came out and
that one is
Bonnie.
very, like, my first thought was he's making fun of him because, like, Fredbear's was a bit more of Henry's thing in animatronics, and it was better. It was cooler when he did.
I could see that.
Like, yeah, you know, it's like...
And you know, another thing, he's always encased in shadow.
Is that an official render?
Like the glowing eyes?
Like, no matter what, he is encased in shadow. Like, if we go to this, he's still encased in shadow.
That's a image I never knew about. That's interesting.
Basically, the only time he's not encased in shadow is when he jump scares you. Otherwise, every other time he is encased in shadow, no matter what.
It kind of reminds me of when we were doing FNAF World, and we were kind of thinking that, or at least I got that interpretation when we were talking about it, that there are 3 entities from Fredbear. There's like the normal Fredbear who talks, there's the glitched Fredbear, and then at the very end of the game, there's just the glowing eyes.
Yeah.
And like this could be the glowing eyes, but that would be like something that I don't want to unpack right now.
Like, and the reason why I bring up the shadow thing is because, like, you know, the Man Room 1280, the kid is described as like being a shadow, and Fredbear here, if this is the Vengeful Spirit, is always encased in shadow. So that's kind of something I thought I'd bring up as well.
See, for me, I'm just like, wow, that's really good backlighting.
It really is. And like, the only thing that's highlighted are his hat and bow tie. Otherwise, yeah, homie is just encased in shadow. So like, that's something to bring up for people with Andrew as well. Like, Andrew's encased in shadow like all the time. That's what he's described. He's like a kid in shadow, and Fredbear is always seen as in shadow in UCN, except for when he jump scares.
If you think about it, like, so is the reason Purple Guy is purple is because it's supposed to be like a man in the shadows.
Yeah. So like,
Mike is living in the shadows. Like, there's a lot of.
And if Golden Freddy's meant to be the Vengeful Spirit, him being a shadow, it's like there's a lot of like, it almost feels like a circle or a triangle kind of between those characters. All right, time to watch Yonder a Bird. Thank you, Ozone.
This one pisses me off because it doesn't just fit up nicely with the MCI.
Dear Diary, yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But I don't think it was meant to last. For my heart belongs to another. He's so amazing and strong and so cute. I've been thinking about him all day, and I think he's really into me too. He's
Locker 17 has Let's Eat on it. Is that a Chica character on the menu?
Oh yeah, Locker Theory. I pieced that one together to a very interesting character.
Yeah, but what does number 17
Phantom Freddy
line up with?
And I want to say this. You have an It's Me on there. You have another thing. I forget what it is. You have Litzy and a flower. Those are all things that could correlate to FNAF 4. And 16, 2 paychecks, a heart, and Eggs Benedict, Michael, Crying Child.
So what we're hearing, what I'm hearing is that Cassidy is Phantom Freddy.
No, and then you have It's Me, so this would be the second spirit. You have 17, Golden Freddy.
No, that's not It's Me, that's Let's Eat.
No, there's an It's Me down here. You just can't see it. But like, yeah, so you have, this is like Crying Child, second spirit, then you have Vengeful Spirit over here. Then you have Marionette, then you have Springtrap, which 15 is being covered up by the murderous yellow bird. Then you have 2 Paychecks, a heart, and Eggs Benedict, obviously a reference to Michael, which is Mangle, still a fox. Then you have Phantom Freddy theorized to be just Golden Freddy with It's Me, Let's Eat.
Michael does doodle hearts in the logbook.
And then this as well. You have Crying Child here from FNAF 4. And then the further lockers aren't characters, they're references to concepts that we haven't solved. That's my theory on all the lockers.
First 4 are just 1985, correct? Because I can't read some of them.
Huh?
The first 4 lockers, all the way on the left. Before 10.
It's just counting up.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and then you'd have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're in sets of 5. Yeah, 5, 10, 15, then you go to 20, so on and so forth. I am the expert on these because I stared at these forever. Alright, we shall continue.
Me too. He's the only one for me. I just know it. And I know just how to get him.
So yeah. These are very weird ones. So it's hard to see in this as well, but there's 3 stars that are shaped in a very certain way. It would be the 2-star ending, the 3-star ending, the 4-star ending, and FNAF 3, which is, if I remember correctly, it's Aggressive Nightmare, Nightmare, and the good ending. And then you have a gray box for 18. Then you have 19. I forget what's on that one. I think it was Eggs Benedict was here, or Eggs was here, and something else is on there. This you have a Polaroid and a heart. I think this Polaroid might be the image of William and Henry together, as we always see that photo in like every continuity, no matter what.
Animatronic is number 20.
Number 20, I believe, is Nightmare Bonnie. 21, it's Nightmare Cupcake, and you also have a crack on the top here. I believe this would be Nightmare Fredbear reference with the bite, with the crack, and Nightmare Cupcake. 22, you have a sticky note and an exotic butters, a reference to Michael, and this is Nightmare's Locker, Survival Logbook. That's my theory on these lockers.
What about eat pizza? What's your thoughts on that?
And just eat the pizza, bro.
What if I ate the poster?
Go for it.
What if I read it wrong and I thought it said eat poster and I was like, okay.
Eat poster. Eat poster! Okay.
Look at that top hat.
Already has a hook.
That amazing.
Yeah, we'll write that down real quick.
And she already talked about the amazing guy she met yesterday, but it just wasn't meant to last.
She should try dating women.
You know, I agree.
Honey,
doesn't really seem to work out too well.
Are you
for her.
advocating for the death of
He'll be
women?
mine by the end of the day.
No, I think the women will
Just know
survive.
it.
Do you think the women are
told him
weak?
that-
I think you're the sexist
I should put
one
on
here.
subtitles for the viewers, honestly.
I needed help with my homework. But
No, I think women
once
are
he's
strong, which is
there,
why I think Chica
I'll
will
have
kill
him.
him.
And once I have him, he'll be mine forever.
It's like an unstoppable force, immovable object
So-
kind of thing.
Toy Chica lures Freddy by asking for help with homework.
Like,
There is only one
Spring
thing
Bonnie
that
could have done
possibly
that,
go
but I
wrong.
kind of doubt it.
Dear Diary, yesterday was
I'm sorry, I don't care about the beginning of these. I don't.
So it's the same every
Fair.
time.
Look at that untamed fur. That amazing
Hey, yo.
silky sheen.
Her
He'll
backpack
be
fucks.
mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that someone ran over his dog in front of my house. But once he's there, I'll entice him with warm cookies, lure him inside, invite him inside, and then I'll have him. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever.
So it's...
Now, obviously, people always bring this up with Susie, but I will say, William did not say someone ran over your dog. He said, your dog is alive, come here. He did not say he had cookies. And, finally, have we considered that Scott just only knows, like, 3 ways to lure people places?
It's really bad at this.
Scott's like, I would not be a good kidnapper. Thank God I'm making video games.
Do you kidnap people? That sounds hard. Why does anyone do that? It sounds like a lot of effort.
That is weird. Wolf has a dog that was hit by a car.
Yeah.
It's like a Goof. It's like Goof Troop where Goofy and Max have a cat.
Maris, look at those ears. Those amazing ears.
Okay, so this one is the wolf's paw.
It was Freddy's hat, correct?
Yeah, Freddy's hat.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just hands. It would be really funny if she was just stealing people's hands.
Okay.
He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that my house was on fire. But once he's there, I'll tell him that I threw myself on the flames to put them out.
Not a viable method for kidnapping children in a pizzeria.
Immediately. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever. There is only...
Okay, so... Wolf gets... Or not Wolf, Toy Bonnie gets... Or Toy Chica lures, yeah, Toy Chica lures Toy Bonnie by saying that there's a fire at her house. However, she threw herself on the flame. Put it out. Okay, next one.
Only one mine by his.
Okay, there's only 2 that change the lighting. And it's this one and the marionette one.
Weird.
So that's something I do want to point out to people.
Those amazing eyes.
Maybe they all change lighting and it's just too indistinct on the others for us to notice. I don't know.
Like really subtle, maybe?
He's like, I changed it by like 0.1%.
Yeah.
I'll just say lighting has changed to a more bluish color. Like as if
I think it's really funny
Yes,
that people
no.
think this is exact because, like, again, I don't think Spring Bonnie ran out and was like, hey, the office is on fire. Want to check it out? And he walks over and he's like, yeah, I threw myself over to save you. I'm going to kill you now. You know? I don't think he did that.
I told him that I've taken several live hostages at my
like, dude.
house. But once he's there, I'll tell him that I let them go because I love him. He'll fall for me.
Okay, so
This voice actress really went off.
also we didn't look at the bag. Oh, got $5. Okay. What do we think is the one thing that could go wrong? Is anyone clear on that? Not at the current moment, but we will talk about that as we get through these because we're almost done.
The security cameras.
Toy Bonnie's ear, okay. Also, thank you for the 5, Wonder Girl.
She's just stealing the parts that she's complimenting each day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she complimented his eyes. Mangle's
the paw
eyes.
is weird because it was the hair. The sleek, shiny hair.
there's fur on it, I guess.
Yeah, and then...
Fur on it, a wrist.
Yeah, that top hat. Off. Yeah, the top hat gone.
Yeah, wrists are easy to hack off, so I can see it.
Okay, so... We should start writing that down then, if that's important. So...
Think we'll get a Kenny Cadet story out of this if she sews them all together.
Oh God!
It's gonna be like that Adventure Time episode where they make Corey, Ice King makes a princess.
You know what her plan is? It's like Jill in Wayward Children. Her plan is to sew the perfect person together with all these parts.
Yeah.
And that way she can open portals.
Or have a boyfriend.
Yeah,
Bro's
that's
still yapping. I am still yapping, Gibby. Welcome to the club.
Hi,
Gibby. Gibby, I love
Hi,
you.
Gibby.
You're not one to talk.
We aren't either. Trust me. We made the week before.
I'm not claiming I am.
None of us are here to talk.
Okay.
Look at those strings. Those long, beautiful strings. He'll be mine by the end of the day.
Okay, before I forget,
the puppet
it's
as he is interesting.
The puppet is a he, the spirit is a she.
Yeah.
I always just refer to the puppet as a girl anyway because I don't give a fuck.
And when I first looked at the puppet as a child, even though I hadn't learned like trans stuff yet, I looked at the puppet and I was like, I don't know what gender that is. Whatever.
Rings.
Its gender is puppet.
What was Funtime Foxy's it was the eyes?
Yes.
I wonder if the cop's gonna notice that the boys who sit in front of her are the ones that end up dying.
Wow, it's weird. They always put them in the same desk.
Okay.
Hey,
I feel like that would be something a teacher should notice. They're like, hang on a second, I keep changing the seating arrangement, and the kids keep disappearing in front of this one girl.
Okay, so this is the weird one. So, Toy Chica lures the marionette by asking him to come over. However, if he doesn't, she will, and I need to listen to the rest. There's just so much I need to hear it bit by bit.
Open the door.
Burnt out.
I'll just find a window.
Okay, so he will go to his house, and if he doesn't open the door, she'll go through a window.
Chimney's always an option. Or I could set the house on fire and
Oh, chimney's always an option. I see.
Through a window, yeah.
Just like Santa.
Chimney. Or burn the
Who wouldn't want a toy
down.
Chica coming through? Never mind, I'm not finishing
run
that.
out. Then he could run into my arms. There is only one thing that could pop.
Yeah.
Maybe the one thing that could possibly go wrong is if the cops are there. God damn.
Possibly go wrong.
Or is it just the one thing that could possibly go wrong being they don't fall for her?
Look at that.
So yeah, it mentions the strings, but the mask is what's in the bag.
Huh.
Maybe that was more visually apparent? Because if the strings are just like some lines, that might not have been like visual enough.
I mean, he could have represented it with those like weird wooden plus things that like you see with little strings attached to them.
The other thing, it's like being like it's ripping through the bag, which is weird.
Maybe what she did is she bundled up the strings like laying in the mask, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. All right, what's your compliment, Pig Patch?
Snout. Looks aren't everything.
Snout. Looks hard everything. Pig Patch
She's like, oh,
stray.
No, he's killed all the boys at school, so
she's scraping the bottom of the barrel.
The cream of the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, look at his
Yay,
snout.
bottom
That
cream.
looks hard to everything. Like, ooh, damn.
Poor Pig
There's
Patch.
someone out there who will love Pig Patch.
There's someone out there.
Looking at his design, there's someone out there who is in love with this design of Pig Patch.
There definitely
me.
is.
It's me.
Of course
Oh,
it's you.
no, we found them!
Makes sense, you are a cowboy.
I just know it.
I thought Pig Patch was
I'll
a pig
just
boy.
wait for him after school. Throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car. Then
Okay, let's write this down. So, this isn't just Lori, this is just flat out homie just kidnapping.
Yeah, homie just kidnapping.
I mean, if anything, it's like, you know, killer escalation, which is a thing that happens in serial killings. Like, yeah, man, escalation.
Isn't that how they normally get caught? Like, they just get cockier and cockier?
Yeah.
To the point that... Yeah.
Well, because it's an adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
So then you do something different or more exciting
I'll
for
tell him
the
that
adrenaline to
someone was
hit.
trying to kidnap and kill him. I don't know, Balloon Boy maybe. And
Balloon
Boy. Just catching a stray.
To be fair, Balloon Boy is garbage. I would punt him as far as I could.
Another funny option. Again, I don't think this is about any of the murders because, like, the fire one makes no sense, and the Susie one isn't first. However, and again, she starts with Foxy, so the number and the animatronics don't line up. However, if it's about anyone, I think it would be really funny if it's in reference to Charlie, because William was planning to kidnap her, but he's really stupid, so he just killed her right there and went, ah, shit, and just left.
He's like, damn it.
Damn it!
there is only one thing that
Stupid William, stupid!
He's like, I forgot there was a whole other part to this plan. Idiot!
I was trying to kidnap her to do experiments, but I just killed her.
Oh
no!
yeah, then she just takes the ear.
You know what it was? Actually, here's my new theory. William was actually going to try and drive Charlie home so Henry wouldn't get mad at him, but he didn't have any child safety car seats in his car at the time, and he was like, well, damn, I can't have her snitch on me. I'll just knock her out and put her in the trunk, and no one will be the wiser. And then he killed her by accident.
I love the idea of all of William's kills were via cartoonish accident. Not in any actual serious way, but because it's really funny.
He's just like, oh god damn it, another one.
Oh god damn, another one bites the dust.
But a broken heart.
Yeah, and she says things didn't work out the way she wanted them to.
Mm-hmm.
Things didn't work out the way I had hoped.
Real stupid is Cadet. I mean, yeah, it is.
But
He is just
tomorrow is
stupid.
another day, and I just know
Yeah, that's-
there's a guy out there that's right for me.
Tomorrow is another day.
Tomorrow's another day.
Tomorrow's another day.
You know,
I'll say Toy Chica references that line.
You know, spitting. You know, we forget. Psychic Fred Fenbear was spitting facts. Tomorrow is another day, dude.
Yeah.
You ever thought about that?
Oh yeah, no.
And yesterday was another
yeah.
day.
Tomorrow is another
All right, Bear
day.
Vengeance.
Oh yeah, this is
here
the
we
one
go.
that no one talks about because no one knows what the fuck is going on.
Literally.
Okay, who was it? Who said this is literally just Mike and Crying Child like fighting? And
Yes,
Mangle
you didn't get that.
was
Well,
there?
okay, so I think it was me because I was joking at first, but also all of his punishments are chores. So I'm like, are we
And
sure this
Mangle
isn't just the two?
Elizabeth because there was a Mangle in her room.
Are we sure this isn't just the two siblings at sibling war, and this is how they saw it? You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, that would have
Me
been
and Connie did
hilarious.
this. Me and Connie did this as kids, honestly.
I mean, if you think about it, Bear Vengeance, if the Crying Child is a bear, it would make sense because, like, you know, Fred Bear is his plushy friend.
Yeah, and then there's Foxy.
Yeah,
and again,
Foxy.
all if not most of the punishments are chores.
Yeah.
Like doing the dishes and stuff.
And making him burnt breakfast.
Yeah. Mike's like, oh, well, you tried to attack me and it didn't work, so you have to make me breakfast now, or something like that. Honestly, not impossible. It's a better explanation than some other people have.
No.
Also, wait, honey, I did not think about Elizabeth being Mangle. That's really funny.
How much more torture
Mangle's
do
in
we
her
have?
room.
Okay, we're almost done with the torture. These will go by fast once we get past these.
Mm-hmm.
It's just these we gotta get past, and we're pretty much done with the bulk of the stream.
I don't remember that showing up in... I'm gonna need someone who's fluent in Japanese to let us know if this is accurate.
Okay, I hear the fox laughing from his temple throughout FNAF 4. You can hear Foxy Bro laughing when he's nearby.
True. Yeah, this is just literally brother war.
Like that I do want to bring up. Like, yeah, the fox laughing. The only time Foxy laughs is FNAF 4 in the minigame.
That's really great. I love how my theory has more credence. This is awesome. I love the idea of this just being brother war.
So I'll bring that up. Is that something we should mark as important though?
Also, okay, I will say, because it's like, was Crying Child trying to attack him? Probably not. However, this is like brother war, and they never specify what the attacks are like. My thought is, Crying Child tried to prank Mike, but Mike was too slick with it, and it never worked.
Yeah, and it never worked. So as revenge, Mike
So,
was like,
instead of tattling on him, he was like, "You could do my dishes for a week. I don't want tattle on you."
Yeah, I can see that. So I'll say I'll write that down as something to mark as important. So like, Foxy's laughing, and the only time that ever happens is in FNAF 4.
Oh, Connie Gibby says it's not accurate, and there's a video that translates the actual Japanese.
No, the real Japanese is gibberish. The real Japanese is gibberish.
That's really funny.
It literally is just a bunch of gibberish. Like, he even mentions like Cheerios at one point, I think.
That's really funny. I think you should have been like
So
as it's going, think, Narrow, think. It's the bear of vengeance. Golden Freddy is the vengeful spirit, and he's going after the fox who has a near identical fox henchman.
Shut up, Draz. Anyways.
Bro is putting letters of the alphabet together. That's so cool.
Yeah, what is VS that's not versus?
I do want to say this. Chica the High School Years has 7 cutscenes. Bear of Vengeance has 6, and then the final one is of Golden Freddy. If Bear of Vengeance is meant to be the Vengeful Spirit, the 7th Bear of Vengeance cutscene is the Golden Freddy Void cutscene.
This was a prank war. It was the final prank.
It's just the final prank. The final prank is putting William in a purgatory hell.
No, I meant like final prank is the fight of 83, but that's really funny. I'm just like, yo, I have a really funny prank idea. Let's torture our dad. No, it's a both brothers are pranking not each other, but their father. The ultimate prank. Torturing him in hell.
Cool, I have a concept.
Yeah, to somehow escape my grasp. Yeah, he keeps trying to get back at him, but fails.
We considered that, I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh, I remember. Corey, do you remember that Reddit story about the girl and her friend who were having like an elaborate prank war, and her boyfriend was worried it might be bordering on flirting, and he like called an intervention, and she was like, well, this is why I have fun with him, because you're no fun, and they had an argument, and then a fucking gorilla showed up at their door. That happened to the absent sibling.
Yeah.
But instead of a gorilla, it was their dad just coming home in a spring Bonnie suit.
I love the idea of Crying Child trying to prank Okay, I mean, it's like putting a sticky hand on the bed or something. The transgressions of the past. Here's another theory. Mike stole the Foxy plush's head, and that's what Crying Child keeps trying to take back. He's like, I need to siege his temple or his bedroom because he like has it in a drawer somewhere.
And he keeps getting caught when he goes for it.
Yeah.
どんなに優れていたのか。そして最近は子供たちが権威を尊重せず、ビデオゲームに明け暮れ、ポテトチップスを食べる様子を教えてくれた。尊敬も規律もなし。私は彼らに不平。
Okay, so we'll just say that first punishment is to watch a frog.
Follows him.
Have a frog that follows him. Which, if this was real life, what would Michael make follow Crying Child if this is a sibling war?
The Golden Freddy plush.
Oh God.
Happy Frog? I don't know.
He just sets the Roomba after him.
Just Roomba, get him!
Yeah, it has a knife tape to it. It's like, go get him.
It has. Have you seen like the image of like the claymore on a Roomba?
I think so. Yes.
Just that. Go blow him up.
It's like, hey, Mike, your pranks are getting more deadly. I think we need to. Is this a problem? No, it's not a problem. It'll be fine.
をやめるように言った。私は人生において先祖のビジョンを探し。
Yes, it is my birthday. So day one, it is their birthday. It is the bear's birthday. Wait. Meant to follow him around. What if the frog is Michael? Because meant to follow him around, it's his birthday.
What?
Well, if this bear is Crying Child, something's following him around on his birthday, what would be following him around on his birthday? Michael and the bullies. Foxy is William,
I mean, what
and then...
would he be trying to lay siege to then? Did his dad steal Foxy's head?
I don't know. Funny. I mean, William is a shitty father. I mean...
I could see him doing that. He's just like, you didn't do your dishes this week. I'm gonna take the head off your plushie and keep it.
And that's why he's able to just make him do things. Just stupid chores.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe.
してきた。そしてついに
Sieging the temple could also be like, I don't know.
自ら呼ぶもの。私はそれを何と呼ぶべきかと思った。慣れなければならないと思う。ここのアンタゴニストになるつもりなら、私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか？誰かいないか？私はどうしてもトイレに行かなきゃいけないんだ。
Elizabeth on the top bunk.
God.
キャラクター開発の余地がなく、私の隠れ家という名は少し物を追加する。
The bear and his clan. What if his clan is his plushies?
Bear and his clan. This is how they would talk to each other, and then like William would find them like wrestling in the family room and be like, "What are you two doing?"
ためにできることのほんの一部だ。だから私は一緒に行った。怒りの道場。それは私にはとても恐ろしく聞こえる。しかし私は何をし
Wait a minute. That's not right. The eye patch is supposed to be on the right eye.
The scar is on the wrong side.
Wait a minute. That's not right.
知っている？私は池に浮かぶのが
So real quick, something that I was thinking about after I saw Freddy. Freddy's cover, like he has all of his accessories are in blue, and just for funsies, I looked up like karate belt colors, wondering if that's what Scott might have based the belts that each of them wear off of. And if we're going off of that, blue is like the middle ground. Black, which is what Foxy had, is
the top,
the highest. Mangle had purple, which is one above blue. So just, I don't think it would work well with the theory that they're all siblings and Mangle would be his sister, because that would mean
Elizabeth's just really good at karate.
It could mean that, or that she's older than the bite victim, which I don't like that idea. I could happen, but I don't like it.
She's definitely the youngest.
Yeah. That's the only problem. That's where I was seeing it, was if she has a higher color, she might be older.
Analyzing belt colors when the artist can't even get Foxy's eye patch right. It says Gibby. Oh, that's rough.
All right, then I'll shut up.
同じ木の下に座っていた。朝の瞑想の時間だったからだ。それにしても、あの忌々しい鳥、決して忘れることはないだろう。あれは多分、笑いカワセミだった。
Yes, Freddy.
おい、ああいう性格に戻ってきた。次の日の朝、
Yes, Freddy.
私はとても早く木に登り、笑いカワセミが目を覚まし、羽毛と葉の房をつけた。私は大きな笑いカワセミのように見えた。
Okay, let's get that down.
No, just keep analyzing. I'm just making fun of Scott. That was the end of my analyzing anyway, Gibby. Unless somebody else knows about a different martial arts that also uses belt colors, but they might be in a different order.
Samurais can. I forget. It might be Shaolin.
Shaolin. Okay. I'll look that up real quick.
Shaolin monks are really cool.
Because
they're just battle monks.
In the beginning he has a wooden staff, doesn't he? Like, or at the end, or can we not tell? Like when he's on the cliff there. It might just be an actual sword.
That's a sword.
So I'd imagine he's like some form of samurai.
Are they all just the same? I'm coming up with basically the exact same.
They might be the
orders.
same. I'm pretty sure they are.
Okay.
バカな鳥が来て私の横に止まっていたが、それだけ決できない。
Tonight is his favorite show.
Fredbear's. No. Yeah, no, that's the Fredbear show, right?
Or
it's Growing Childs, potentially.
Well, no, it's the Fox's. Tonight is his favorite show.
Oh, the Fox's favorite show.
Immortal and the Restless.
Ooh. Do we know of one character who specifically watches TV? Yo, Immortal and the Restless
There's
is on
only
tonight.
one
I'm gonna prank
character who's
him.
ever watched TV in Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yup. I love the idea that Mike's been watching Immortal and the Restless since he was a kid. Honestly, that makes sense. That's how long those shows last. They'll have a new episode every week and it'll still be going. I mean, that one hospital show has been going on forever.
He doesn't realize the reception is terrible here.
I love how that's just a number sign instead of an actual Japanese character. Dead.
私はそれを何と呼ぶべきかと思った。慣れなければならないと思う。ここのアンタゴニストになるつもりなら、私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか？誰かいないか？私はどうしても
You use them to build little forts. That's just monstrous.
Evil.
私にはキャラクター開発の余地がなく、ほんの一部登場。それは私にはとても恐ろしく聞こえる。しかし、
Yeah. Wait, I will crush you beneath my feet. I mean, if you think about it, this is Michael and Crying Child crushing head.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch.
Humiliation is the key. Isn't it day 2 he leaves the Crying Child alone in FNAF 4? In
At Fredbear's. Yeah, he just leaves.
And thus he cries, and then everyone knows him as a kid who cries, humiliates him. I could see that. I'll write that down. Okay. I am reading chat, Gibby. I'm just trying to get past it because I've been live for 4 hours. It's 10 p.m. and I need to take my meds soon. I want to sleep. For 30 days. And yeah, it's a fruit hat.
No sleep for arrows.
My chat hates me. They don't care about my well-being.
Oh, you need to stay up all the time, every hour of the day for FNAF Theorizing.
Put the fox to sleep before my attack. So... You know, if he plans to go with a flute, why does he have a sword?
He's gonna attack him after the flute.
Because swords are cool.
I was like, get a kitchen knife, bro.
I was trying to measure Springtribe's Dead by Daylight knife and having no... Because I was trying to figure out what kind of knife it is.
So put your determination to the test. Day 3 of FNAF 4 is when he has to actually leave Fredbear's and get up. And leave on his own.
Interesting.
So test your determination to leave.
And wasn't the bear's attack going to be whenever the fox is asleep? He was going to try and put him to sleep.
Yeah.
But then isn't that the day where Foxy Bro jumps out from under the bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Are we finding more cadence?
Wait, are we on? Wait, was I onto some shit?
I think you were onto something, and I'm just helping you piece it together to make it more credible.
No, are we cooking?
If you make a video, I
brought out like some boxed mac and cheese to cook, and now all 3 of us are in the kitchen, and we're making some Gordon Ramsay shit. What is going on?
If you make a video, I better be a guest.
Damn right. Oh, yeah. You just talking about anyway? Okay, listen. I think it's literally just a prank war.
It might literally just be a prank war.
Yeah.
それは多分笑い込んだ。いくつかの石を投げると それは正確に戻
Haha,
ってき
hardly
た。
bear.
次の日の朝、私はとても早く木に登り。
Again, these are all like chores. Like make me breakfast, do my laundry,
or humiliating him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, let me put this fruit hat on you so you look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, or literally, it might not even have been a fruit hat. Literally any like stupid hat that could have made kids point and laughing at school or something, you know?
Yeah, like in the story, you know, it's the fruit hat to humiliate.
Mm-hmm. The one thing currently is that the first day is his birthday. And no one attacks on their birthday.
Yeah, I'm also gonna go back to see what Foxy says about his plan for the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Because now that we're on that, we need to go back to that. I stuck a dead fish into the pocket of his robe. He will be disoriented. So he just plans to slip a dead fish in there.
Oh, he already did. Because he's doing his laundry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Freddy slipped a dead fish into Foxy's robes and plans to attack when he orients.
セミのように見えた。とても素晴らしかった。バカな鳥が来て。笑いかわせには事故ではなかった。
Such a good bit.
私は死ぬ日までそのバカなクマをトロールするつもりだ。それではまた我が人生と目的の状態について何が言えるか。目的はあるのか？私はそれを持っていたのか？それは深い謎だ。怒りの道場に座って誰かここから下ろしてくれ。解決できないと思う。それは自ら呼ぶもの。私はそれを何と呼ぶべきかと思った。慣れなければならないと思う。ここのアンタゴニストになるつもりだ。
Alright, what's your plan, Foxy?
私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか？
So I think you need a greater purpose in life. And what? This is day 4, right?
So that's when he's trapped in the parts and service room?
Yeah, that's when he's trapped in the parts and service room.
His greater purpose is getting stuffed into a fucking animatronic.
So yeah, so...
Or it could be because he's locked in the closet. His brother's preparing for day 5 whenever he does the whole, oh, give Fredbear a big kiss.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to write down what he said the day prior as his punishment. Determination.
He will test his determination.
Oh,
he's got
an
Undertale.
Fucking Undertale.
Undertale. Alright, day 5. So this should be when the bite happens.
Mm-hmm. If this is the week of FNAF 4.
Could just be the year before.
So yeah, so basically he has to dress up, he has to decorate his tree like Christmas and then dress up as Santa.
So he's, he's making him Santa. So he's making him a children's mascot.
Yeah. Wait, well technically he did.
Yeah.
He did make him a mascot.
Huh. Damn.
Le crunch. So, 5th punishment is to decorate his tree like Christmas and dress as Santa to give presents to kids. Wait, to give presents to kids? Marionette? Cry Child's a marionette?
Oh shit.
No, we're going backwards.
そして最近は子供たちが
Alright, what's your plan, Freddy? I'll sneak down his chimney.
Hey, yeah, Chica just said that. Like father, like son, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Did she say it on the same day?
Was that
Chimney's always an option? Chimney's always an option.
It is.
It is.
It's the same.
We've connected some kind of dots.
We've connected the dots, but boy, does that lead us nowhere.
Does that lead us nowhere? The 5th day is FNAF 3 giving presents to kids is happiest day, which happens in the game. Okay, Gibby, Gibby, after this, you know what? I'm letting you join stream. I'm being quiet, and you can explain all that we're ending stream as soon as you're done.
Sorry, something about day 5.
That's gonna be a problem because Gibby's gonna bring up Cassidy, then I'm gonna start having to like pick up Molotovs.
尊敬も規律もなし。私は彼らに不平を言うのをや。笑い川崎は事故ではなかった。
Oh yeah, get logs for the fireplace to burn it down. If it's FNAF 3. Yeah, I can see that.
私は死ぬ日までそのバカなクマをトロールするつもりだ。それではまた我が人生と目的の状態について何が言えるか。目的はあるのか？私はそれを持っていたのか？それは深い謎だ。
Foxy has kids?
So does Freddy. Yo!
Wait a minute. Foxy and Mangle are in the same temple. And Foxy has kids. Foxy X Mangle canon.
Honey.
No, wait.
No, Mangle's the dog.
Okay, Connie, then explain this.
The
Freddy has multiple children, including specifically a son. Who's their mama?
Bonnie!
Okay, no, you're right. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, Grandma Bonnie, bro. Come on, get it right.
They really take after their dad. The bear one.
Yes, this is still there's a lot of content to cover in UCN, and plus when you have 2 professional yappers.
Yo, it's not called professional yapper, it's called a diagnosis.
に座って誰かここから下ろしてくれ。解決できないと思う。それは自ら呼ぶもの。私はそれを何と呼ぶべきかと思った。
Okay, what's your plan, Foxy?
慣れなければならないと思う。ここのアンタゴニストになるつもりなら、私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか。
Well, Michael can't do anything because Cassidy has become a mascot, and now he's fucking dead.
Wait, you are the dog. Feed yourself.
Yeah, Foxy's plan is just go on vacation.
He leaves Elizabeth alone with Afton.
True.
He leaves Elizabeth alone.
He doesn't leave her. His quote-unquote vacation is getting put into the nightmare experiments.
Yeah. Yo, we got the torture reference tomorrow.
He is separated from Elizabeth.
And the land returns to darkness. The void scene. The last scene on in FNAF World with the crying child, Fredbear plushie, and the other plushies.
Yeah. But Michael's like, I can't pull any pranks on him anymore because he's dead. So I will just leave for 5 minutes.
No, I'm gonna
Dad, make sure you feed Elizabeth.
Hey, Dad says I have the torture labyrinth tomorrow.
Make sure you feed Elizabeth. Give her ice cream, okay, baby? Give her ice cream.
I will pursue the fox through It's Me.
Yeah.
It is my destiny, and it is his to end all of this.
But for now, I'll eat this child's head. Yummy!
And then, yeah, just...
Delicious!
Okay, we need to go back to the first one really fast. Because, we missed what Foxy's plan was, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we can just skip to the end.
自分の時間と何をしても開発の余地がないできることのほんの一部だ。
Okay.
だから私は一緒に行った怒りの道場。それは私にはとても恐ろしく聞こえる。しかし私は何を知っている？
There's a night you will not soon forget. And that's when, in the first night, is when he's locked in his room.
Mm-hmm. And
So,
his punishment in here was to make him breakfast every day.
I love how some people in the chat are saying there's 14 cutscenes total, as if you didn't make 14.
yeah, as if I did make 14 Theory and covered it. All of you who are saying that have not watched 14 Theory and you're fake fucking fans.
They're like, guys, there's this great video. I forget who made it.
Yeah, I forget who made it.
You know when like reaction YouTubers steal content and they're like, oh yeah, this guy, I don't remember who he is, but yo, his theory's really good.
Alright, y'all are a bunch of fake fans.
Half the chat's gonna leave. Cuss them out more, I think it's funny.
Oh, there's gotta be just a raw one of it, just of the recording. Oh hey, it's us!
Why is there Barbie? Yeah! What the hell? Click on it. I dare you. I dare you to
No, we are about to have our ear, like, we are about to hear so much shit.
Yo, who are these guys?
Hey, I know those guys.
Yeah, I know
those guys.
Yo, these guys are really cool.
Yeah, I know those
These
guys.
guys are kind of ass, actually.
Shut the fuck up.
You know, we need to cancel Corey Dual Process Theory. I heard she bit her sister as a baby.
Okay, there has to be
self-defense, probably.
UCN Golden
What
Freddy.
do you think I was doing to you? Look, just because I shoved your head into a bear one time doesn't mean that every single time.
You said you hate me once. That was really fucked up.
Yeah, girl, we hated each other.
Well, I just remember that was a really big word when we were kids, and you said it to me in the theater. I turned to Dad. I was like, Dad, Cody just said she hated me.
You know what, Fusion Z Gamer? We're watching you.
Let's go. The classic.
The classic.
What are we watching again?
We got really off topic really fast. Yo, look, it's a spring lock.
We're doing our own Bear of Vengeance over here.
Yo, look, he's getting a spring lock.
Alright, listen.
This is a spring locking. You cannot convince me otherwise. They didn't. There's a reason they put that spring locking description.
What am I listening for?
You can hear slight fire crackles in the background. Okay. Now,
I can't hear shit.
There are slight fire crackles in the background. Why do I have 10 notifications? Am I being canceled?
It's all 10 of your friends. They're canceling you.
They found out you bit someone.
You know what? I'm okay with this. Alright. I think it's just you hear slight fire crackles in the background. Opposite of FNAF 3 trailer, it is.
3 trailer, which I pointed out, it's definitely a spring locking. Because...
Yeah, same twitching.
Well, not just that, it's like there's the description of Golden Freddy spring locking a kid in the books, and it's the exact same. It's just describing this. Like, I think this is the reveal that, like, it wasn't the bite that was the killing blow on Crying Child. It was his dad, like, no, it's fine. I'll put you back together. It'll be cool. Get in there. Okay. Oh, he died. Uh-oh.
Time for the other
I just glanced over at chat and I read someone say, if I wasn't 10, I could have solved FNAF 4.
That's how we all feel, dude. That's how we all feel.
I think I was getting somewhere as a kid. When I was watching videos and I was like, who the fuck is this Cassidy chick? Whatever, I don't care. I was onto something. I was cooking.
I literally still cry to this day about me being 10 at the time of FNAF 4 coming out. I'm angry about it.
Damn, why wasn't I born earlier?
I know, man.
What's the problem? If we were born earlier, we would have been born at a different time and be just as stupid as everyone else.
But who doesn't like being just about as stupid as everybody else?
At that time period, people were still like, I think people were still like, OMG, BBC Sherlock, he's so kawaii and shit like that. That was 2014,
David Tennant's
right?
where it was at.
All right, everyone is now being jump scared, but actually,
I mean,
wait,
you're
why
so
don't
right.
why don't you just go to this screen, actually? Okay, we're on UCN. I'm going to share my screen in a second. Gibby is old. Gibby is ancient. Okay. So, terminal. The doc. Here, No, I'm not being 50-20 mode on stream. Yo, I'll do a quick one so y'all can see how fast I die. But, hey, Terminal, can you do me a favor and write this stuff down for me as I kind of go through this? Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first thing is challenges, right? I think so. I hope so. It is. Yeah, so, yeah, and it goes down in order. Okay. Okay, Bears Attack 1. Absolutely nothing here. That's important. At all. Yep, and nothing here either, and nothing here either. Pay Attention 1. Nothing here, just gotta pay attention. Yeah, same thing. Ladies' Night. Nothing. Mangle's here. Nightmare Mangle's here. And now Funtime Foxy's here. Because Marionette is a he, the spirit is a she. Okay, here, yeah, creepy crawls either go through the vents or they're just literally a creepy crawly. Yeah, same kind of deal again, except, oh yeah, Phantom Mangle's in the vents. Nightmare's Attack, which this one is interesting. Nightmare's Attack, you have whether like you have the nightmares. Yeah, Golden Freddy, and then you have scraps except for Afton, Lefty, and you also have Music Man. Yeah, like I feel like he's just creepy. These are the nightmares. Why is Lefty here? Scrap Baby I can see nightmarish. Mold Freddy I can see nightmarish. Withered Bonnie I can see nightmarish. This is the only one that kinda throws me off. Oh, y'all can't hear them? Oh, crap. Hold on. I'm working on it. Okay, they can hear you now.
Thing uncensored.
They can hear you now.
Damn it!
God.
We lost our opportunity.
I was about to say a slur that I can reclaim and use.
What?
Anyway, we need to cancel Narrow Raven for silencing women.
Wow, guys! Okay, Springtrapped. We have, these guys. Nightmarion is interesting. Lefty, Afton.
So weird.
Rockstar Foxy and Trash in the gang. That is such a weird selection.
Why is Rockstar Foxy at 20?
Yeah, and JJ. Yeah, you have 20, 20.
Everyone's
all of them are 20, except for Nightmarion and Trash in the gang.
Did I spill?
Okay, old friends. This is the one that I always find interesting. Phone Guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Dave, for
me,
me,
that's not the odd one out. The odd one out is Circus Baby.
Well, no, if you think about it, you have William, the daughter,
Yeah.
the MCI, Charlie, DCI, Phone Guy.
Phone Guy's not an odd one out here. He's an old friend.
Yeah, but to
I mean,
William,
in the book it does kind of imply that he was around at least during 1985.
basically what I'm saying is like that plus with the books, I feel like confirms that phone guy was a friend of William.
He's a friend of Dorothy, actually.
So I feel like that's something that should be marked down. That phone guy is in the old Friends.
I think it's just a reference to the original games, which is why I think Circus Baby's an odd one out, but...
And then there's just Chaos, which is chaos.
Chaos.
Okay.
I can do anything.
Power-ups. Nothing important here except DD Repel is on the 4th one down, which DD OMC. Anyways,
whatever.
Otherwise, is there anything else? Oh yeah, we have to look at the map. XOR, I don't think there's anything important items. There's that. We have to look at the map and then we're done. Okay. Let's look through the camera renders.
Well, I just remember hearing that Scott said he called them that because he thought it sounded cool.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing here. Nothing here. Yeah, you're just vibing. Nothing here.
Why isn't that a plush baby?
You know, you're right. You're right.
I hate that.
Yeah, no, wait. Oh, that bothers me. Cause wait, was there like a Funtime Foxy plushie like this?
Yes.
Before UCN, at least. Oh,
I know Roxy has one in her room.
Oh my god.
It kind of reminds me.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate.
What have you done?
Oh, that bothers me. Wait, look at the Funtime Freddy poster.
Tender in the ring.
Celebrate?
Is it Celebrate? What is it?
No, watch what it does.
That one.
It keeps moving. Shut up. Nothing here.
I'm gonna be doing shit like that tonight. Not flashlighting plushie.
Right,
I'm gonna be
F2.
sitting on someone's desk
Okay,
and going.
so we want a 50-20 mode attempt. Okay, here you go.
You know, I'm gonna be sitting on someone's desk going, uh-oh, how unfortunate.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
It's how I wake her up in the morning.
That Foxy plush. Oh, well, I'll be quiet for the 50-20 attempt.
This is gonna be so clutch. We're gonna see Golden Freddy.
Yeah.
See what happens. Golden Freddy.
God, wouldn't it be so funny if someone loaded up 50-20 like their first try and just accidentally RNG'd their way to like winning, and they're like, oh, this is super simple.
Hold on, do me a favor. Since we're here, let's look at the OMC thing. Oh well, fuck.
I'll load it.
So here's the thing that people have talked to me about is one of the ways you could quote-unquote end UCN is going into the lake.
Yes.
And the game crashes.
Yes.
So in FNAF World, when you go into the lake, you get an ending. It's like either a person with arms around people or an angel. It's with the flashing screen. It's something. Who knows what the fuck it is, but the title of the ending is Happiest Day.
Yes.
So there's that.
I mean, Jake starts making happiest days by going into the pit.
Does he go in, or is he just like
still going?
outside of it?
Or is the stream still going? Because it says stream has ended on Discord.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The screen share has ended.
Why is there a little Freddy on your live stream?
What?
I wonder why. Maybe chat should try to figure that out. It might be important for something later down the line. Okay.
There we go.
I got it.
Yeah, it's a thing of like leave the demon to his demons, you rest your soul, and then you go down to the lake, and in FNAF World you get a happiest day.
Yeah.
Also, I do want to say,
or not a happiest day,
like,
just happiest day.
Everyone like, oh, this sprite is Golden Freddy. That clarifies everything. No, this first of all, this sprite is a red bear. So
this is Adventure Freddy.
Yeah, if anything, it is Adventure Freddy because that's your main like.
And then the game
player. That's your player in FNAF World, and it's literally just using the same sprite. So if anything, Gabriel's the Vengeful Spirit because no one got him his fucking spaghetti wheels.
I will also say, as I've said before, in that room, you can hear William calling out to Mike and Henry to help. I think he's talking to the two people in the room. Because in that scene, we have OMC and probably the one you should not have killed / Vengeful Spirit.
Yep.
It would be the two people there. It's like, hey, guys. Hey. Bro.
Ooh, someone just said they think the FNAF World, like, happiest day thing is the Aftons watching crying child die in the hospital, which is morbid, but I can see it.
William's
not exactly a
happiest
get
rid of his kids.
Yeah, William's just happy that one of his kids just
He's
died.
like, yo, kids can die? That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Also, I mean,
all of these tests were done to make sure that kids can die because he didn't think that was a thing that could happen.
He's like, damn, I thought only old people could die.
Yeah, he's like doing the scientific process to make sure it's for sure that kids can die.
In like the series of unfortunate events universe, where like none of the child characters like really die on screen, and he's like, "Man, we need to figure out what's going on here."
Also, I'm going to quickly go off track. Chat. There is a total of 3 secrets on screen, some easier to decipher than others. Figure it out. We're on day 2 of no one figuring it out.
What of the secrets?
You just have to find them on screen. On stream right now.
Like they're currently on screen? I see 2
stream.
very obviously.
There's a kitty in my lap. What's that about? Well, that's my chibi model has it. Kitty! That's my kitty. I love her more than anyone else, maybe. Sorry, Connie.
Connie just got thrown under the bus.
She gets it.
What are we talking about?
Huh?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry, kitten.
There's always been a One Punch Man poster. Yeah, Springtrap is one of the secrets, but I wonder what he means.
William Afton.
The green sticker is another one. Someone pointed out that is another one.
Am I blind? I can't see a third.
There is a third. It's very well hidden.
It's the duck. The duck is hiding it. It's not specifically the duck. It's behind the duck.
It's not the duck, actually, or anything behind it. I'll say this. It is somewhere to my character's right.
Uh-oh, how unfortunate.
Don't ever jump scare me like that again. If for whatever reason I ever meet in real life and you sneak up behind me and do that, you're getting an elbow.
Yeah, fun fact, I have been planning to one day do a DD cosplay and do just that to anyone I meet.
Someone just mentioned a code in the upper corner.
Also, why did I...
Omnac is the charity event, but it's typically yellow, but now it's green.
Interesting.
It molded.
It molded.
Actually, the code on the screen is not cut off.
I don't know why. My brain literally did not look that high enough on the screen.
So it was one more night against cancer, however. It's now green. And I wonder why that is. That's not the logo for what we're doing. But it's the coloration.
Gibby, it's not cut off. Just go full screen real quick. You'll see that one letter that you're missing.
And, well, I wonder how you decipher that. You might have to look around the screen. Maybe there's something staring you right in the face right now telling you how to decipher it.
Guys, it's the duck. I knew I was onto something earlier.
I'll say it is one more night. It's not against anything. That's all I can say. For this one, we're here for the support of this thing. Can't go full screen. I'm playing Oblivion. Well, womp womp.
Skill issue.
Literally skill issue. However, there's a couple more secrets. You know what, chat? I'm gonna go through all the screens that have secrets. And
Oblivion?
You guys can figure it out. I will be on the screen for 10 seconds each because you won't be able to hear them for that time, so I don't want to cut them off for too long. So I will go starting soon really fast so you guys can see
Bye,
two
chat.
secrets. There are 2 secrets on this screen, chat. One's obvious, one is not. This has 2 on as well. One is very obvious.
This is
now they can hear you again.
Ultimate Custom. Actually, oh.
There are 3 on this screen. And there are 2 on this screen. Now, I will say this. 2 of them are teasing creators. One of them is teasing what the event is for.
Bro, we need to cancel Narrow Raven. He's teasing creators.
One of these is the coloration, as you guys have figured out. You guys have 2 digits so far. You might have missed the 3rd one.
That's why I'm so far behind. I'm not live.
And then there's a cipher. Someone has the 3-digit code. Wonder what it's for. It was not a color changing cupcake. That was a mimic ball. Come on, guys.
Bro doesn't know what the mimic ball is.
And one of them is to tease a game dev studio as well.
My name is Jackie, and I'm fucking Becky. Yup.
I think we need to go and get Connie lobotomized at Freddy Fazbear's.
Hey!
It'll make my life a little bit easier. Or hard. Oh no, it'll make it harder. I need her to write scripts.
Yay!
So
okay,
chat.
it's not. Will she write scripts faster or slower when we're lobotomized?
Since we now know what the clues are, I will invite you all to the One More Night public server, in which I will post the codes, in which you guys can go nuts to try to figure them out. However, I will also post the things required to solve it too, but you will have to figure out how to use it. Nightbot? Nightbot's not working. Oh, there it is. Also, in that server, you can find the notes of importance that we're doing. It's not done yet, obviously, but that's what these streams are for, is to get it done. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's just about everything for today. So I think we got to get ready to end stream, sadly.
Sadly, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, but
I've done longer.
It's fun. Plus, poor Connie has to go to work, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a job.
That you love.
Imagine having a life.
That's boring. I have to do work for my internship.
Is that one day I will be working and someone will be like, hey, you kind of sound like this one YouTuber. And I will be like a deer in the headlights. I would never recover.
Alright, I'm gonna do the outro, so I will deafen myself as I do it, and y'all can just yap sesh it.
Wait, will they hear us?
Okay. So, that is all I have for today. Thank you all so much for being here. 140 concurrent viewers. That's insane. That's 2 insane streams in a row. Thank you guys so much. That means a lot to me. So tomorrow I'm going to be appearing on Exploding Loaf's channel. I'm going to be playing Among Us 3D with like Hyperdroid, Ruin, stuff like that. It's going to be a lot of fun. So not the J word. So I have a bunch of other stuff planned. I'm going to be appearing on Jericho Games' channel on Wednesday, playing Guilty as Sock with a bunch of other creators. On Friday, when Secret of the Mimic comes out, I will be playing it. I'm starting stream an hour early. Then we'll be downloading it and then playing it front to back the next day I will be doing an overanalyzing stream of Secret of the Mimic with Cryonite and Mamakato. And then that's it for the coming week. So I hope you all do enjoy that. I am working on Mayonnaise 3 for those who are wondering. I do have it recorded and everything. I just need to edit it. I've just been really lazy, but it will be done because it's not too long of a video. But yeah, that's all I have for today. So I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, please hit that like, subscribe button. Every single bit helps. Comment really anything in the whole wide world. Just remember to keep it kind, calm, and respectful. And that everything here was just for fun, shits and giggles, and is a theory. Share this with your friends and family as every bit helps. And without further ado, I hope you all enjoyed. Have a great day, stay safe, and peace out.